Come.
Welcome to the Omniverse of Nick, and the opening to the next Dragon Ball story. What if Mercenary Tao turned good? Before we get into it, be sure to check the Omniverse's homepage, where our channel mascot Omni will direct you to the Discord, at both Google Docs, and everything else the Omniverse has to offer, along with smashing the like button, subscribing to the Omniverse of Nick, sharing the Omniverse around, and turning on all Omniversal notifications, and commenting future requests and expectations in the comment section. With all that said, let's begin. So, this is the next Dragon Ball story, and one that was stopped before, like many other stories, like the Negan Alpha, Gargiulio, Clark, etc., etc., etc. The list goes on. This story was a very, very much so late project for this channel. And, along with the others, you guys will get to see it in a new form fashion on the Omniverse of Nick. And trust me, for this one, you're not going to want to miss it. This story concerns the Universe 7 Red Ribbon Assassin Mercenary Tao. Now, for those who don't know, Mercenary or General Tao was introduced at the Red Ribbon Army saga, right after General Blue's defeat in Penguin Village, leading to Tao killing Blue, and lead to having multiple matches against Goku and the Ultra Sacred Water, not the Ultra Divine Water, the Sacred Water, supposedly, with its power being, just a different means of achievement for the whole thing in the original, and the fact that both Tao and Goku were fooled by it, the whole travail at Korin's Tower, leading to Bora's death also, meant that Goku and Tao had sort of a rivalry, more so than even Blue or anyone Goku had faced up to that point. So it definitely gave Goku a challenge. And it led to seemingly Tao pleading for mercy, but then he would try to throw a bomb and then supposedly get himself killed. He would then return at the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament as a cyborg, being saved by Shen, but trying to kill Goku and Tien and everything like that, and also helping Shen, didn't get him very far whenever Tien pretty much easily disposed of him in the first match. He would then return as a filler character way later in the Cell arc for 2 little episodes, and then we would never see his sorry butt ever again. So, what if Mercenary Tao's pleading was sincere? What if this guy, the Universe 7 assassin, was not only an assassin that was just another opponent for Goku? What if he was something more? A good guy, an assassin for good, and one of Universe 7's strongest and most deadliest warriors? That's what we answer today. Let's dive in. So we open with Goku and Tao's last fight. And Goku has him beat at every corner and pulls at the power pole. Tao tries his sword, his Dodon Ray. Everything just fails. So, seeing no other way out, and not thinking of the bomb thing this time, knowing that it's probably not going to work, this different kind of Tao is genuinely asking for forgiveness. And he says he'll never kill or hurt anybody again, and that he wants to be an assassin for good. And he genuinely means this. But Upa is crying and begging Goku to just kill him for his dad. Goku looks at Tao and says, I believe that we can forgive you, only if you promise that you mean to be an assassin for good, and you will never try to kill or hurt anybody ever again. And Tao says he means it, standing up and not even looking like he's going to do anything. This is genuine apologetic behavior, and it's very strange to see. Trust me. And you thought Frieza was crazy. So, Goku and Tao shake hands, and seemingly that's it. And Tao's uniform is changed into a blue one with a turtle hermit symbol. This is the start of many changes that you're going to see with Tao. Goku says, now that we've gotten that figured out, who sent you here? What happened to Blue? And what is the end goal of these people? This red ribbon. Is there a base? And if the base is all that's left, or if there is a main base, take me there so we can finish this once and for all. And Tao tells him everything. And he says he's coming along too, because it's his way of proving himself that he wants to be an assassin for good. And since he knows so much about the red ribbon, because they paid him to do this also, he will help him throughout everything to get rid of the red ribbon army forever. And Goku couldn't be happier to accepting. So Goku and Tao both rampage the ribbon base. Commander Red is killed. Officer Black hilariously tries to put up a fight, but come on. Come on. Goku whomps him, and with Tao there, come on. It is a washout. You thought Goku taking out the Red Ribbon base in the OG was amazing? Tao there, it wouldn't even matter. So Goku gets the Dragon Balls, and when everybody gets there and they're talking to Goku, Tao's feeling left out because no one's talking to him or even trusts him, even after Goku said everything. But Goku says thank you very much to Tao and says he wouldn't have been able to probably do this without his help. And Tao smiles and feels like he's actually starting to get appreciated, and it's really starting to show a change in heart, new feelings, and this is very different for Tao considering his past. Now we get to Fortune Teller Baba saga. Appa declines to go, and he yells at Goku and says, I get that you're my friend, and you thought what you were doing was right, and he might seem like he's being genuine, but I will not be anywhere to go with you guys if it means, even if I'm with you, Goku, as long as he's around, I won't go to this place and help you guys. And you're not going to hear from me ever again unless he gathers the Dragon Balls and wishes my dad back that he killed. Only then will I forgive him and actually go with you guys and, forgive. And Goku says he understands. And he says to Tao, I hope you heard him and understand. You got to make up for what you did. And if you really want to be an assassin for good, this is your true way of doing it. Let's go wish back Appa's dad. And Tao agrees. So now, the journey to Fortune Teller Baba's place goes with no Appa and Tao in tow. How will the battles go there? Will there be very much so more problems with definitely more changes than you would expect, or will it be a washout in the beginning stages of Tao's turning good assassin journey?
Now get out!
What?
Get out! Everybody get out! Welcome!
Welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and part 2 to What If Mercenary Tao Turned Good. Before we get into it, be sure to check out the Omniverse's homepage, where our channel mascot Omni will direct you to the Discord, both Google Docs, and everything else the Omniverse has to offer, along with smashing the like button, subscribing to the Omniverse of Nick, sharing the Omniverse around and turning on all Omniverse notifications, and commenting future requests and expectations in the comments section. With all that said, let's begin. We open up where we ended off last time. Fortune Teller Baba saga, with no Appa, because he really wants his dad resurrected before he can ever forgive or go on a mission again with Goku, Tao, or anybody. And Tao's along for the ride, obviously. Krillin still fights Fangs, but Puar is the only one there and not Appa. But I'm pretty sure that Puar would still be able to come up with a way to beat him, or he would just, end up surrendering or just getting beaten by one of the other players, like Yamcha, for example. Then Yamcha faces the Invisible Man, and that all goes the same. Then he gets beaten by Bandages, and then Tao's up next. And we get Tao versus Bandages. And Tao is visibly surprised that Bandages is actually stronger than he gave him credit for. No wonder that Yamcha guy lost to him. But Tao is far from at the top of his game, and he turns up the heat. He fires a Dodon Ray, but Bandages uses his bandages and wraps the Dodon Ray with them, throws it up in the air, and then lashes the beam back down at Tao. That would be the sickest thing to see. And Tao blocks his own move repelled back at him. And he now knows this guy seems to rely on his bandages, hence his name, for his attacks, and seems to be his number one thing besides his strength he relies on. And Tao smiles and says, that can be arranged. And he summons a sword. And little by little, without even knowing it, and even though he fears it, figuring out what Tao's doing, Tao literally slices off every bandage of Bandage's body until, for the first time, we see a look at what Bandages unraveled would have looked like. And he doesn't seem to notice anything yet and says, "You didn't even scratch me." And then he is utterly horrified at what everybody in the room tells him. And when he looks at his hands and his body, there's nothing. He's, no, what is this? And then Tao summons a bomb for the first time and is ready to throw it and just get rid of Bandages. But Bandages pleads for his life because he can't fight. He can't do anything. He's utterly unarmed and defenseless. He can't fight like this. His strength was mainly by the power of his bandages. That's his name. Please don't hurt me anymore. I surrender. And Tao thinks back. He thinks whenever he surrendered and Goku spared his life. Now he's an assassin for good. So he decides to do exactly what Goku did for him. He decides to spare Bandage's life. And Baba is just utterly horrified that one of her main strongest men was unbandaged and spared. But she is very, very impressed, she has to admit, with Tao's power. And she says, the next one won't be so easy for you. Spike the Devilman comes out. And with his pitchfork and his abilities, Tao's sword is broken, and Tao is just left there, injured and just exhausted. Because Bandages did take a good deal out of him, even if it didn't seem like it. So, Tao surrenders. And Spike, seeing as though Tao spared his friend, and seeing no truly rootful evil inside of him, and hearing about who he was, he decides, I'm not going to use the Devil Might Beam on you. Doesn't seem truly worth it in the end. Everyone's soul has darkness, but you have clearly showed the utter complete opposite. Be thankful that I don't use that move on you. And yeah, if I did make him use the move, then that would have defeated the entire purpose of this story. So, it makes sense that he doesn't use the Devil Might Beam against Tao. But it doesn't stop him from using it against Goku, and he fails multiple times and gets beaten. Then Goku and Grandpa Gohan fight the same way, and that all goes the same up until Pilaf's gang returns, and Tao comes in for the save, and Pilaf and everybody knows who Mercenary Tao is, and they just run out of there. Bora is then resurrected, but he is still infuriated at Tao. But once he is told about everything that's happened since his defeat, and how Tao was spared and even went as far to resurrect him himself, Bora's got to admit, he wasn't expecting that. And Upa finally forgives him and says, it might be a long time for things to settle in with me, my father who you resurrected, but I forgive you. And Goku, I hope that you and Tao and everybody else have many good adventures ahead, but don't worry, we'll meet again in the future. I promise I'll become a warrior just like you guys." And Goku said he can't wait. And Tao says, him neither. He feels like now he is finally starting to get more appreciated and have a new lease on life as an assassin for good. And it's really a change for his character and just in general. So now Goku and Tao begin to think about training for a future world tournament and the road ahead of them. What is the road ahead of them? What about whenever Tien, Shen, and Chaozu cross paths with our group this time, with Tao not killed, not cyborg, and not on Shen's side? How will that play for the tournament in the ongoing road of Tao's turning good journey?
Now get out!
What?
Get out! Everybody get out! Welcome!
Welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and part 3 to What If Mercenary Tao Turned Good. Before we get into it, be sure to check out the Omniverse's homepage where our channel mascot Omni will direct you to the Discord, both Google Docs, and everything else the Omniverse has to offer, along with smashing the like button, subscribing to the Omniverse of Nick, sharing the Omniverse around and turning on all Omniversal notifications, and commenting future requests and expectations in the comments section. With all that said, let's begin. We open up where we ended off last time. Tao has fully redeemed himself and wished Bora back, Upa promising to join them in the future and becoming a full-fledged warrior. Now Tao and Goku discuss where to go from here, and they say that they're going to train together since Roshi can't train at least Goku further, and part of him still don't trust Tao. And Tao's already plenty strong, so teaching him anything would kind of be useless. So Goku and Tao go off together on their own to train. Tao masters the Dodon Ray, and now has unlocked the Super Dodon Ray he used in his cyborg form, but as his human form. Goku gets stronger himself and is very impressed with how his relationship with Tao has garnered such... This has been awesome! He would have never expected someone like Tao to become like a true rival and friend to him. And now he says, now is time for the world tournament. And we gotta find some way to get there fast. And Tao says, no need to worry about that. And together, on a pillar, Tao and Goku head straight towards the tournament, full speed ahead. And they get there even faster, way faster, than Goku got there canonically. So there's no worry about being there in time and blah, blah, blah. So now, we're going to get the 20-second tournament started. Shen, Tien, and Chaozu arrive, and Shen cannot believe what he is seeing. Him and Tao cross paths, and Shen is furious, and he says to Tao, how dare you? You have dishonored the Crane School name, brother. You not only team with a subordinate of Roshi, but you're nothing. You're nothing now, but a shell of the great assassin Mercenary Tao. And now what? You're a goody two-shoes assassin? You are a disgrace to everything that resembles the Crane School. And he smiles and says, not only will my subordinates Tien and Chaozu win this tournament, but I will make sure that you are torn apart. And that you are the purebred example of those who defy the Crane School and their family. You are no brother of mine. Not anymore. Chaozu and Tien can't believe this either. And Tien even says, after all you did to me and Chaozu, beating us down senseless, and trying to teach us, especially me, you go ahead and do this? And Tao says, I see your heart is still that of evil. All of you, especially you, Tien. If I did anything to you back then, it was to teach you how to properly defend yourself, even if the methods to it were of a less than stellar way. So if you all value your lives, or more importantly, your place at this stage, then I recommend that you leave now. The mercenary Tao you know is gone, but you are still my brother, Shen. And Tien and Chaozu, you are still my students. Leave. You do not belong here. And Tien and Chaozu just think about this, but Shen just tells them to ignore him, and that, once again, Tao is a disgrace, and he intends to prove that in the tournament. Tien then beats the ever-loving god out of Nam, but then a very familiar scene takes place. Chaozu is knocked unconscious, and Tao is the one. Except this time it's not Cyborg Tao, it's a tournament early, and it's for much different reasons. It's to try to get Chaozu and Tien and Shen to just leave. But Tien is now furious. And this not being the 23rd tournament Tien, and not understanding good from evil, this Tien is just overbearingly just furious. And he says, not only am I going to get rid of the subordinates of my Master Shen's Roshi, but I'm going to make sure, Master Tao, you are beaten worst of all. Goku just looks over to see everything that's been going on since they've gotten here. And he says to Tao, if you really know these people and you were once their master and that guy Shen's brother, you know that they're going to be going after you, hurting you the worst. Are you sure that we should really be talking or even getting within field of them? This tournament doesn't seem like it's going to be all that friendly now with them around. And Tao says he understands where Goku is coming from. And he's right. They should leave. But Tao taught Tien and Chaozu, and Shen is much weaker than him, as even before he joined Goku. So he smiles and says if they do become a problem, he'll either make sure that they never cause trouble again, or they'll just beat them together. So he's not worried. So Chaozu is taken out of the tournament, just like he was in the 23rd tournament. Yamcha is the one to fight Manwolf here. Yamcha is much stronger than Manwolf. And at the end, especially considering he uses a weapon and wants Jackie Chun, he is turned back to normal. And yeah, not too much really is to mention here besides the fact that Yamcha fights him. Then Tien fights Jackie Chun, and the fight goes exactly the same, with both seemingly being equals. But Tien using a Kamehameha and an even more brutal and just fiendish Tien, it means that Jackie Chun actually is not going to bow out here, and that he's going to take Tien much more seriously. So he goes into buff mode, and we're getting buff Jackie Chun versus Tien. That's right, the fight is actually going to escalate in this timeline. So much so, Tien uses all of his techniques and then jumps up for a tri-beam. But Jackie Chun matches it with a full power Kamehameha, and the beams collide. We've never seen a tri-beam really collide with another move. So, it happening this early is very much so something that would be awesome to witness. Tien says he promised pain for the crane's honor, and he promised to wipe out all of Roshi's students, And if it means getting rid of this old man, who, from Shen's perspective, says he's Master Roshi, as they're trying to figure out, Tien promises he is going to make all of them pay. And he puts almost all his life force into steadying and empowering the Tri-Beam. And this being his first Tri-Beam, he's almost in danger of killing himself. Master Roshi continues, or Jackie Chun, to put even more power into the Kamehameha. And at this point, his blast is matching Tien's very steadily, and it's unclear as to which side is going to win. And Tao is thinking of stepping in at this point, but officials and Goku and a few people are telling him to hold back. So Tao agrees, but whenever everybody's back is to the fight, or whenever they're not looking at Tao, Tao grabs a tournament pillar and yanks it straight up into the air, and it pierces straight through Tien. And Jackie Chun's so surprised by this, he disengages his whole move, and Tien falls down right past the tournament boundaries. Not as far as when Goku and Tien fought, but like still outside the tournament ring. So like right on the outside of the whole place of the tournament grounds. So really not that far. But yeah, this means that his own move and the Kamehameha just goes straight up into the sky. So the tournament pillar getting pierced through him is the only thing that really affects him, besides the fact he almost wasted all of his life force with the Tri-Beam. But he is still alive, surprisingly, because Tao wasn't using that to pierce through him to kill him. He was doing it to make sure that he didn't kill himself further, and that Roshi didn't by accident kill him. You would think, oh, well, if the pillar went through him, it would just pretty much kill him anyway. Well, Tien didn't use all his life force with the Tri-Beam, because even he knew that this was his first time. So, yeah. So he is still alive, but he is this close to biting the dust. And he can't even respond, but just grit his teeth, because he's just not able to. He is that weak. And the winner, because they didn't see what happened, because everybody's back and attention was onto Tien and Jackie Chun, except maybe Goku and maybe Shen. Goku and Shen are the only two that see that pillar go through Tien. For everybody else's eyes, it just looked like he lost his energy and then fell down. And besides, the pillar didn't stick in him. It went through him, but not through a vital organ or anything like that, which would probably surprise everybody, including you guys. So, it could be argued that Goku and Shen didn't see this at all, and that maybe Shen is the only one who saw it. But overall, it doesn't matter, because Tao is not disqualified because no one paid attention. And Jackie Chun has won the match, and not fallen out or, jumped out. But he is visibly concerned at the fact that Tien was almost killed and tried to kill him and everybody else. He thought that it would have been easier to quell him at least a little bit, but obviously not. And he's glad that Tao stepped in whenever he did, because at least Roshi would have some kind of an idea. If Goku and Shen did or did not, then at least Roshi. Tao and Shen face off, and Tao says there was a way out of this. All you had to do was tell those two to go home. Shen yells at Tao and says, You really are the disgrace to the Crane School and a waste of blood. Family. Brother, I swear to you, you will see me again. You have not seen the last of the Crane School. I will return. So will my students, and when that day comes, you're going to wish you had finished the job and that you didn't turn your back on the Crane. And with Chaozu, both of them go away from the ring and go to find Tien. And they aren't seen for... You are not going to see them appear, spoiler alert, especially Tien and Chaozu, for a long time. But when you do, it's definitely going to be a surprise. Tao fights in the ring now against Pomput, but he one-shots him. Then we get Goku and Krillin, and Goku pretty much beats him the same exact way. Their fight is exactly the same. Many of these fights are that have been the same, like Tien and Jackie, and this fight. But other fights obviously have been switched around because of Chaozu not being in, and Tao being in it, and Tien being swapped from fighting Yamcha. So yeah, Goku beats Krillin. And then Yamcha fights Jackie Chun for the second time. I've had this done before where he fights Jackie Chun a second time, or a stronger version, or Krillin fights a second time. But this time is going to be way different because Jackie used all his energy just to fight off Tien. So Yamcha is ready for Jackie Chun this time. And he thinks to himself, today is the day that I not only beat Jackie Chun, but I finally prove and beat Master Roshi. So he fights Jackie Chun, and Roshi knows he's got to pull out all the stops against the stronger Yamcha. But eventually he concedes, knowing that he really doesn't have anything left. And he congratulates Yamcha on his incredible growth. And he hops out of the ring. Now for the last fight. Goku versus Tao, with Yamcha being the only other one in the tournament. But with this fight, will there be a clear winner? If there is, does Yamcha even stand a chance? Who will be the winner of the tournament? How will the rest of the Dragon Ball franchise leading up to the next time we see Tien, Chaozu, and Shen go without them? And how will the King Piccolo arc go immediately after? Into more growing stages of Tao's turning good story.
Now get out!
What?
Get out! Everybody get out! Welcome!
Welcome to the Omniverse of Nick, and part 4 to What If Mercenary Tao Turned Good. Before we get started, be sure to check out the Omniverse's homepage, where our channel mascot Omni will direct you to the Discord, both Google Docs, and everything else the Omniverse has to offer, along with smashing the like button, subscribing to the Omniverse of Nick, sharing the Omniverse around and turning on all Omniversal notifications, and commenting future requests and expectations in the comment section. With all that said, let's get started. So last time we left off, the second to last match of the 22nd tournament took place, and Tien, Chaozu, and Shen were taken out of the series indefinitely, so to speak, and we won't be seeing them for quite a long time. Goku and Tao are fighting once again. Now, they have trained a lot together, obviously, since Goku got Tao to turn good, but they have not fought seriously since that last battle. So this is a true battle for them. Tao goes in for a punch, but Goku dodges. And Tao jumps back, and Goku goes in for the attack and lands multitudes of punches. Goes for a kick, but Tao dodges, and he gets a knee straight up at Tao, but Tao punches right at it. And so far, this is a very even battle. Tao lunges down and gets Goku down to the ground with a slamming knee, and then grabs him and launches him upwards by his collar, flings him about, and then goes in for a punch, but Goku goes in for one punch and then another. But Tao launches back and uses a super double Dodon Ray as Kid Goku uses a Kamehameha. And this not only launches Tao out of the ring, but it also launches Goku. So the match is ruled a draw. And by default, if it wasn't already obvious from the clue left last time, and those who saw the Discord, and just on the obvious note that this battle was very even, Yamcha has won the tournament. And for the first time, I think, in Dragon Ball What If history and Dragon Ball history as a whole, Yamcha has become a world champion and received the cash prize and the world title. And this not only means that Yamcha not getting his leg broke means his confidence is up, and the fact that he won a freaking world tournament, this actually inspires him and gets him so happy that he is going to be much different than any other Yamcha put together. And I mean that with not only 100% honesty, but beyond 110%. This Yamcha is going to be so endeared to training, getting stronger, and improving because now he's a world champion. But it also means that Yamcha is going to become one of the mains for this story. And I've really never given Yamcha that much credit before, besides the Cybermen story, which is getting remade. But that's a different story. So, time will tell how Yamcha will affect the story now that he is a world champion, and now that he hasn't had his leg broke. The group celebrates, but then Goku realizes that he left the power pole back at the grounds, and he finds Krillin dead. And Goku is infuriated and instantly gets on the Nimbus to go after the guy who did it, but Tao knows that Goku is nowhere near 100% and that he's hungry. Tao knows this. So, Tao says he is going to do this personally. Think of it as his first true assassin deal for him. Yes, he has fought people like Bandages and Devilman and other people for Goku, but consider this his first true assassin for hire deal for showing Goku he's a true assassin for good and is keeping through his title name. Goku just stares at him for a second, still infuriated that his best friend is lying dead on the ground, but he trusts Tao to get the job done. And he tells Tao seriously, I seriously hope you know what you're getting into. None of us do. Make sure the guy who did this suffers and bring him down. And Tao says, you don't gotta worry about a thing, Goku. And he gets on a tournament pillar and flies towards sensing the guy who did this to Krillin. And soon enough, he encounters Tambourine. And the two face off. And this battle is actually pretty dang even, with Tao being just around Tambourine's power, if not just a tiny bit in the middle of it. Tao uses a super Dodon Ray, but Tao stops every move that Tao throws at him. Almost. He does land a few blows, though. But then Tao gets a blade out. And whenever Tambourine's guard is down, he slices all around and completely chops Tambourine's wings off. Because he knows this as his main use of mobility. And yes, Tao might have been able, with Goku, with both of them, to learn how to fly because Tao's always used pillars to fly. He's never been shown to fly. Neither has Goku until the 23rd tournament. So, this means that Tao seeing this, it means that him slicing Tamburine's wings off helps him immensely. And Tambourine, seeing that he has no way of flight, is actually horrified. And Tao says, you shouldn't have used your wings so freely. You just gave me a free target. And Tao uses a double Super Dodon Ray and completely incinerates Tambourine. King Piccolo is brought in and senses this, and he now knows if someone was able to take out Tambourine, then this means this is trouble. So he spits out another egg. And Goku arrives on the Nimbus actually being energized with food and sensing all of what had been going down, and Tao tells him everything. And this means that even though this guy was killed, either they have just dealt with the threat or something bigger is approaching. And with the Dragon Radar and going to get the Dragon Balls because of fearing, and Goku possibly getting told by Master Roshi if he figured it out by this point, either way, Goku and Tao, Goku on the Nimbus and Tao on one of the pillars that he always makes, go for a Dragon Ball that is right near them. And they meet Yajirobe and learn about what's been going on with him and just get to meet him and everything like that. And I don't think that with two people, Yajirobe would be stupid enough to fight in this era. And Tao, seeing this, says he thinks we might need that Dragon Ball. And this is later confirmed because Tao begins to sense something coming towards them. And Yajirobe says, no matter what, he doesn't really care because this is his. And then he is proven wrong at the fact that nobody is coming or the fact that they don't need the Dragon Ball whenever Symbol appears out of nowhere and prepares to attack our group. But because of everything going different with Symbol and everybody in this timeline, Yajirobe just takes advantage and he slices Symbol in two and cooks him and eats him. Tao says now he thinks that Yajirobe should hand over the ball, and Yajirobe would oblige because he got a meal out of it. So, yeah, King Piccolo, now with both of his children dead, know that this is a threat to be taken most seriously. And he now knows he must confront these people personally. And he does. He confronts Tao and Goku personally. And Yajirobe is in the mix. And Roshi arrives on the scene. And Yamcha is there. So this means that King Piccolo is utterly outmatched. And Master Roshi is actually able to seal him without dying. And even if he did die, I'll get to what happens in a minute. Pilaf, Piano, Shu, and Mai are up above, witnessing all of this go down. But Tao knows that this time, he knows that if that's one of King Piccolo's henchmen and Pilaf's gang teamed with them, they all need to die, and they need to die now. So, he gets a grenade, and he blows up not only the ship, but everybody on it. So Piano and Pilaf's gang all die. Shenron is summoned, and Krillin and Roshi are brought back to life. Because I feel that Roshi would still die from using the move. Because at this point, it's not like Dragon Ball Super, where he could just spam the move over and over again. So, I feel that even if he were to contain him, like I've done in a few other stories, that he would still die. So, Krillin and Roshi get resurrected. Then, Goku and Tao go up to Korn's place because Korn informs them that further training can be done, and he trusts Mercenary Tao now, seeing everything has gone on. So he informs Goku and Tao of the Ultra Divine Water, and Tao asks Korn if he's actually trusts him and that he can partake in this endeavor too. And Korn says he's seen everything Tao has done to redeem himself after Goku beat him in their fight in this land, and how he resurrected Bora and has done so much. So if everybody else, like Goku, has given Tao another chance and Tao has proven himself, then Korn feels that he should oblige as well and give Tao another chance. So, Goku drinks the Ultra Divine Water and gets the power. Tao drinks it, and I know that in many other stories, I've had the second guy basically get the Ultra Divine Water with Goku and survive, and that is down to the fact that Yajirobe had a little tiny droplet of it, and he didn't seem to get stronger from it, but he also didn't die either, and it was also not a whole drink like Goku. So, whether you would want to believe it in it or not, and considering the fact that Tao was able to get past the Devil Might Beam in this timeline, I'm just going to go with the fact that it empowers Tao like Goku and he doesn't die. So, Tao, like Goku, is even stronger. And now the two are ready for a higher level of training, and with King Piccolo sealed, this means that what is about to occur next getting into Z will be infinitely different as we get into a whole new playing field of Tao's turning good story.
Now get out!
What?
Get out! Everybody get out! Welcome!
Welcome to the Omniverse of Nick, and Part 5 to What If Mercenary Tao Turned Good. Before we get into it, be sure to check out the Omniverse's homepage, where our channel mascot Omni will direct you to the Discord, both Google Docs, and everything else the Omniverse has to offer, along with smashing the like button, subscribing to the Omniverse of Nick, sharing the Omniverse around and turning on all Omniversal notifications, and commenting future requests and expectations in the comment section. With all that said, let's begin. We open up where we ended off last time. Kami's lookout and King Piccolo getting sealed. Mr. Popo is the first to greet Goku and Tao, and then Kami, who pushes them back thinking he's King Piccolo. And he holds King Piccolo's containment seal, so that way he'll never get out. And then he reveals everything about him and Piccolo, blah, 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 blah. Shenron wasn't killed, so they don't got that to worry about. And he says now Goku and Tao will train under him and learn the fullest of the full in terms of God training. At least here. They have a long journey ahead of them. So Goku and Tao, for many years, would train. And as Goku would grow, their rivalry would grow too. This has become more than just a rivalry and a friendship. This is a learning experience for both of them, both physically and mentally. And soon, Tao, again, would go through not just a physical and mental change, but an appearance change. He would don an outfit like he has already, and the one that he has gotten the blue uniform for. But now, it would be coated orange and blue, just like Goku, and the turtle hermit symbol would remain strong, showing that Tao truly is a good guy and a Z fighter. So then we get to the 23rd tournament, and oh my god, there are so many changes. First off, there's no Cyborg Tao. Second off, there's no Master Shen, no Chaozu, no Tien, and there's no Goku and Piccolo rivalry fight, blah, 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 blah. So, King Choppa advances. Giran is there, and he is more prominent and actually wanting to fight in this tournament. Why? Because Tambourine didn't kill him, that's why. So, Garen is in the tournament. And would you believe it or not, Nam is actually in this tournament. Because everything that's happened, I feel that overall, Nam, he would consider this his absolutely last chance. Like, that's it. Before, he entered the 22nd just for fun. And he almost got killed by Tien. But the reason he's joining this here is because, one, another person's needed for the tournament to be complete. And number two, it just seems right that if Garen and King Chopper are going to advance, Nam deserves to be in it too. Unfortunately, being paired against Krillin kind of gives him a losing edge. And with a Kamehameha and knowing about Nam, he really doesn't stand a chance. Chi-Chi then fights Goku, and that goes exactly the same. Then we get Yamcha versus Tao. Yamcha pulls off a Wolf Fang fist and punch after kick after frickin' whirlwind spin, and then his new move, the Spirit Ball. But Tao is just that much stronger. And former world champion, Yamcha or not, yes, remember, that's still a thing in this story. Yamcha is a world champion and a much stronger Yamcha, but he's not as strong as Tao and Goku's training has gotten them. But don't worry, Yamcha is going to be one of the mains in this story. So the world champion thing, that wasn't just a one-time thing. Stay tuned for more of Yamcha in this story. Garen just bows out of fighting against Krillin, and just understanding more and more how much Garen is just outmatched in terms of everybody in this tournament, he realizes that just because he is still a strong foe, he was right to bow out against Goku, and he should just accept the fact that he's just old news at this point. So, yeah, would he believe it or not, he was actually the main in a former story on this Omniverse. But hey, multiverse stuff isn't a thing in this story, so we're not going to touch upon that kind of stuff, a fourth wall break. So Krillin just respects him for bowing out. Then we get Goku versus Tao. And last time, their match ended in a draw, leading to Yamcha's victory. And Goku uses a full power Super Kamehameha, while Tao uses a double Super Dodon Ray. And the blasts collide, and it injures both Goku and Tao beyond belief, because they're so evenly matched. But when Goku rushes and Tao rushes for one final attack, a huge clash has brought on from this attack. Tao is showed to be injured right in the stomach. Goku is pushed back almost to the complete end of the ring, injured, torn, and broken, but still in the ring. Tao just showed to have been injured in the stomach. Goku has been blocked. He blocked the clash, but almost fell out of the ring. And it seems like the both of them are at their wits' end. But Goku's rush was into a meteor combination, and there's still one move he didn't use, and that even Tao won't expect to see coming. He uses the Kamehameha from his feet that he used against Piccolo in this very tournament. And Tao has no answer for this. And Goku uses this advantage, whirlwinds out of the Kamehameha propelling from his feet, flips around like 30 times, and drop kicks Tao right out of the ring. Afterwards, Goku extends a hand out, showing that this fight, unlike their last, has just shown a new winner and really demonstrated how much both of them have grown. And that it was so close to being an even fight again, but Goku just had that one asset he needed to win. And Tao respects this and is glad to call Goku not just a friend, but a true ally. And after that, Goku and Krillin fight, and Goku wins the tournament, becoming world champion. Goku and Chi-Chi get married, they have Gohan as a kid, and Tao stays behind and wonders about training Gohan and where training will go with him and Goku from here and what he should do. But Goku says, leave Gohan be, for now at least. Chi-Chi definitely has a feel on how Gohan should train and develop in the future. For now, I think that it's best to just let her do that, you know? Can't really force the training out of Gohan when he's this little yet anyway. But as for the two of us, we can train all we want. And after that, Dragon Ball Z starts. And the entrance into a certain long-haired brother of Goku. And a whole new side starting up for Tao's turning good tail.
Now get out!
What?
Get out! Everybody get out! Welcome!
Welcome everyone to the Omniverse of Nick, and part 6 to What If Mercenary Tao Turned Good. Before we get started, be sure to check out the Omniverse's homepage, where our channel mascot Omni will direct you to the Discord, both Google Docs, and everything else the Omniverse has to offer, along with smashing the like button, subscribing to the Omniverse of Nick, sharing the Omniverse around and turning on all Omniversal notifications, and commenting future requests and expectations in the comments section. With all that said, let's begin. We open up at the start of Dragon Ball Z, and a certain long-haired Saiyan brother of Kakarot crashing on Earth. Raditz has arrived, killed the farmer, and flies looking for his brother, Kakarot. But we're not getting a Raditz versus Piccolo encounter, because, if it wasn't already plainly obvious, Piccolo doesn't exist, seemingly, yet. This is not the first time that I have done this, either. So, Raditz shows up, he's not fighting Piccolo. But he does go to Kame House, and he gets there just a tiny little bit after Goku, Gohan, and Tao do. So, yeah, it's a little different this time. And Raditz tells him that his name is Kakarot, and begins to divulge a little information and, berate Goku. And then Krillin gets slapped by Raditz's tail through Kame House. And everybody sees Raditz having a tail. And Raditz basically goes through the whole backstory about their home planet Vegeta and how it was destroyed. And how Goku was brought here to exterminate all life on this planet. And that he is his brother, and explains the Saiyan's backstory, yada yada yada, wants him for a mission, and now Raditz says to join the Saiyans, and that you were born for this. But whenever Goku obviously denies this offer, he sees Gohan, and says he's going to take him with him. And he'll teach Kakarot that if he doesn't join after taking his own nephew hostage, well then, there's no use of him being here at all, and he'll have to just exterminate life with his friends himself. And Tao and Goku stand firm, showing that they're not going to let Raditz take Gohan. Tao goes in for an attack, but Raditz just instantly one-shots him. Like, Tao goes straight for a punch, and Raditz just kicks him straight in the face, flinging him down. So, yeah. And then Raditz knees Goku in the stomach, just like before, and he takes Gohan and says he will exterminate 100 human beings, or Gohan dies, basically. Goku says this is not going to be an easy fight, but he does say Saiyan's weak spot, the tail. If they can get that, they have an advantage. So, Goku, Roshi, Tao, and Krillin all go. And if you don't think that Roshi and Krillin would go here, remember, in canon, Roshi and Krillin were going to be the ones instead of Piccolo. but Piccolo was obviously there, and they needed to show Goku and Piccolo growing, yada yada yada. But considering what has happened in this timeline, Goku, Tao, Roshi, and Krillin all go. And Raditz, he should have figured that his brother, in some way, especially hitting his head or whatever, would choose to go against his older brother and his heritage. But he smiles after looking at all their power levels, even after Goku's weighted training and Tao and everything, and an old man and the one he slapped through his own house. You've got to be kidding me. And Raditz just says, all of you are fools coming here with those pitiful levels thinking you could take me on. And I've decided I don't want you to join us anymore. You would just slow the rest of us down. And for betraying the Saiyan race, all of you will die. And he rushes at all of them. Drop kicks Goku, rushes forward, plunges Krillin into the ground, sledgehammers Tao way across the battlefield, and then Roshi tries a lightning surprise attack, but Raditz counters this with a double Sunday. So this would be a excellent and amazing counteraction move between the two of them. But this gives Goku the perfect advantage. He goes for the tail, but Raditz pleads for his life and catches Goku unawares, obviously. Tao, he then gets the opportunity and uses a double super Dodon ray. And it penetrates straight through Raditz. Two big, decently sized holes through Raditz's torso. But it's not truly fatal. It does seriously injure him, but Raditz laughs and says, that wasn't half bad. You actually managed to hurt me. But if you think that I'm going to bow out because of that little puny attack, the old man's move was stronger than yours. And I'm about to show you what a true double finishing move looks like. But he's too injured to begin working the move when Roshi powers to buff and starts a truly amazing preparation finisher. Roshi goes Ka, Krillin, May, and then Tao. Unbelievably, for the first time, goes in for a Kamehameha and says, ha? And all three of them together, just like Krillin, Goten, and Trunks from Bio Broly. However you guys want to credit that movie, it's not really an opinion to be noted in this What If. All three of them symbolize a trio Kamehameha. But just then, Gohan busts out of the ship and sledgehammer headbutts Raditz straight where the two decently sized holes in Raditz's torso are from the Super Dodon Ray. So Raditz is forced to the ground instead of standing up and just vomits out blood. It would be, oh, you thought the special beam cannon was something? Yeah, this is kind of, very bad, so to speak. Raditz says, 1 year, 1 short year is all you have left. The entirety of the conversation has been treated to my colleagues deep in space. But, the key thing here is that the Dragon Balls were not mentioned because nobody died. So, especially with Piccolo not being there, the only thing that's been put on to his comrades is the fact that he's dying. And seemingly, he does. Goku smiles and says, we did it, guys. And Tao cannot believe that this guy was really that strong, even with his and Goku's rivalry, and Gohan, of all people, saved them. And even though they could have possibly finished him, he was still a big threat. And now 2 people are coming even stronger than him. And even Roshi and Krillin know this is not to be taken lightly. Goku talks to Kami about this, and Kami puts in good word and sends him to King Yama for training on King Kai's planet, because they're going to need at least one person doing this. Tao is like, why am I not going? Mine and Goku's rivalry holds strong. I wouldn't be the man I am today if it weren't for him. Is there a reason why I'm not going to this King Yama's place? And Kami said it has nothing to do with your past anymore. You have more than made up for it, Mercenary Tao. But you need to be here to train the Earthlings for the threat. Someone stronger than any of them must be here to train them. So, Tao trains with Yamcha, Krillin, and Yajirobe. There's no Tien and Chaozu, so who are the two that take over, if any? Master Roshi is going to be in the Saiyan saga, and Gohan. Because Tao and Roshi both know, along with Kami and Mr. Popo, that Gohan's potential is what ultimately saved him. True, a trio Kamehameha probably would have done the deed, but Gohan's power is what excelled the fight to its victory. So, he most of all needs to be at the top of his game. So, even better and cool come collectively and having to literally fight Chi-Chi about it most likely, Gohan is transformed into a true bona fide Z fighter. And Goku travails through Snake Way to get to King Kai's, as Vegeta and Nappa, even though there's no Dragon Balls, know that if Kakarot and all these warriors were able to defeat Raditz, then they definitely need to do something about this, even though they don't know about the Dragon Balls. So they make their way towards Earth and prepare to get there in one short year. So, the darkness of night falls that very day, and it illuminates on the battlefield of Raditz. Raditz's seemingly dead body begins to pump over the light of the full moon. And life might ensue still in this long-haired Saiyan. But with not the proper training and this weakened version of Raditz, something tells everybody and the story that the threat that they thought was finished and the threat of the Saiyans is about to get even more out of control as we close in to a new level of the Saiyan arc, a new explored field of Dragon Ball in the Omniverse, and further exploration for Tao's turning good tale.
Now get out!
What?
Get out! Everybody get out! Welcome!
Welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and Part 7 to What If Mercenary Tao Turned Good. Before we get into it, be sure to check out the Omniverse's homepage, where our channel mascot Omni will direct you to the Discord, both Google Docs, and everything else the Omniverse has to offer, along with smashing the like button, subscribing to the Omniverse of Nick, sharing the Omniverse around and turning on all Omniversal notifications, and commenting future requests and expectations in the comments section. With all that said, let's begin. We open up where we ended off last time. Moonlight, the darkness of night, illuminates over the battlefield over a lifeless Raditz. But here's something the Z fighters didn't know. Unlike the special beam cannon and Gohan's headbutt and the fact that Piccolo triple tapped at the end, this wasn't enough. The Super Double Dodon Ray and the Gohan headbutt did indeed put Raditz very close to death, but it didn't actually kill him. He has been laying there clinging to life. So when the darkness of night comes, this proves to be the Z Fighters' worst reality. Raditz begins to transform. And before long, for the first time on the Omniverse of Nick, we see Great Ape Raditz. And he begins to rise and spread chaos all over the area he's in. Just an empty, destroyed battlefield about to become even more in ruination. Kami senses this and lets everyone know Tao cannot believe that everything they did, they should have went for that 3 times Kamehameha, even after Gohan attacked. Or they should have just made sure that he was dead. Kami knows that the training that they possess, they do not have enough without Goku, even with him, to take on this threat. But he does say that Great Ape Raditz is still injured, so that could lead to a victory. But almost all of what made him injured is healed. Not all of it. There is a chance, but without Goku, it's very slim. This is just part of the Saiyan heritage, and why Goku's tail had to be gotten rid of. And he tells Tao if Goku turned Great Ape on him, Tao would not be standing here right now. Seriously. Tao thinks about this for a long minute. They try to go on the Snake Way and Goku's still on it. It's a waste of a trip. The Saiyans could come. They could not be enough, have less time to train, and could all go horribly. If they do get him from King Kai's, he'll still have to go back, and he probably, definitely, most certainly has not gotten the training necessary. So Tao says they have absolutely no option. They have to do this alone. So Tao, Yamcha, Krillin, Yajirobe, and Roshi all go to confront Great Ape Raditz. Gohan, this is the thing that they all forgot also. Unlike Goku, they haven't gotten rid of Gohan's tail. So, Gohan begins to transform on the lookout. But Kami instantly sees this, and him and Mr. Popo are like, no, we gotta shut this down right now. And Kami eye lasers Gohan's tail, slicing it off right before he's finished transforming. And with his magic, just like Goku, he gets rid of it forever. Great Ape Raditz has turned the battlefield that he almost died on into a completely covered in fire, just carved out piece of land ruination. And he goes to the nearest city after causing even more chaos along the way and begins to destroy that too. A Dodon Ray rings out, but Great Ape Raditz just whips the Dodon Ray across the city with his tail. Yamcha, for the first time, because like I said, Yamcha was going to become a main after that World Tournament win. This is the perfect chance to finally show it off. He launches his hand up in the air and slams it down in front of him, and a gigantic wolf, full of spiritual energy, just plunges down from the sky at Raditz. This is Yamcha's newest move, the Giganta Wolf Strike. And Great Ape Raditz just mouth beams it, more or less. He's barely phased, and then he tries a mouth beam. Then Master Roshi gets him right in the back with a lightning surprise, and then full forces it at Raditz. This time, Raditz isn't gonna double Sunday it. He has a chance to use it. And he knows this has to be some kind of advantage for them. Great Ape Raditz seems stunned for a moment, but then he just seemingly effortlessly powers out of it and grabs a building ready to hurl it at Roshi. But Krillin uses a solar flare and then throws his hand up in the air and he charges energy for a first-time Destructo Disc. But he made the very bad mistake of not remembering he hasn't mastered the move yet. Because remember, this is not even a year before he's actually been able to master the move. So he can't really use it yet. He got ahead of himself. But Great Ape Raditz is still blinded. So Roshi begins to power up in buff form and just power up energy. Krillin and Yamcha fire consecutive blasts and energy waves. But Great Ape Raditz counters and forces those blasts back and uses some of his own. Tao finds the perfect opportunity to try to go for his tail, but his sword is instantly just destroyed. Roshi finds this the perfect opportunity and tries to go for the evil containment wave. And he seemingly gets him and launches him into the bottle, but he forgot one big thing. And this is the same thing that would have really been the case with Megetta. Great Ape Radis is big. A very big target. Much, 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 much stronger than Master Roshi. This is DBZ, not DBS spam evil containment wave Roshi. And Great Ape Radis is injured, but still way strong enough to be able to not be caught in it. So yeah, very long list of reasons. So Great Ape Radis roars and continues his assault. Kami, seeing and sensing all this, knows the Z Fighters have almost exhausted every option. Great Ape Radis is barely even hurt, and his injuries from before he turned ape, they're almost showing no kind of sign here. Kami thinks about this for a long second. Should he go down and help? No, he would only get in the way. But then he realizes something. Something that he was thinking about a long time ago. Something that would turn the battle in their favor greatly, but at a great, possibly very bad cost. So, Kami sees no choice. He summons Shenron, and he wishes for his youth. And then he gets the evil containment bottle, which has King Piccolo still in it. And he lets it free. So, King Piccolo is out. But he's young. Because Kami and Piccolo are still, one being, even if they're split. You guys know the story, even if it's King Piccolo. I've done this before also. Kami looks dead at King Piccolo and says, "Before you do anything, there's a reason why I brought you out." And King Piccolo smiles and says, "So, we meet again after all this time, old man. I see you even made the liberty of making yourself young. Who would have guessed? You shouldn't have done that, because now that I'm young, I'm going to go down and conquer the world like I should have done against those wretched brats." Kami says that's not an option, because he explains everything to King Piccolo that has happened since he was sealed. And he says, "No, you cannot go against anybody. We both need to go down there and work together to stop this Saiyan. Goku is training with a god called King Kai to stop two others even stronger than him. You won't have a world to conquer if we don't stop these Saiyans. We have to work together. Then, maybe, if you work well enough with us and make us stop this threat, then you won't have to be sealed in a bottle anymore. But if you try something really evil again and show why I cast you away from me the first time, then you'll not only be sealed away, but I know you won't be anywhere close to a form that Goku and them won't be able to stop." Think about that for a second. It's either you help us against the Saiyans and we win and you possibly get freed, or you betray us after or during and you just end up sealed or dead and kill us both. So King Piccolo smiles about this, and what makes you think I don't have some sort of plan to just make it win for me entirely? Makes you think that I'm going to just listen to you because you present these things in front of me? I am the great King Piccolo. For all I know, I've just been sealed for a day. This is probably just a ruse." Kami says, "There's no reason why I would lie to you after all this time, and especially make myself younger. We must do this. You know that, Piccolo." So, the two agree, at least for now, that something needs to be done. But King Piccolo says that if he is going to help, he's going to do it his way. He summons drum, cymbal, and tambourine once again. And Kami knows that he can't fully participate because he has to stay on the lookout and watch over the earth. He has done almost everything that he is capable of. But if the opportunity really presents itself, he will go down and help. But he hopes that King Piccolo actually does help, as Great Ape Raditz turns up the heat and makes our Z Fighters' time and Tao's turning good story turn on a very dark end. And with King Piccolo around, seemingly going to help, and no Goku, and 2 more Saiyans on the way, how will Tao's redemption story turn out for the rest of the tale? Or will it even have a rest of the tale? Find out next time.
Now get out!
What?
Get out! Everybody get out! Welcome!
Welcome to the Omniverse of Nick, and Part 8 to What If Mercenary Tao Turned Good. Before we get into it, be sure to check out the Omniverse's homepage, where our channel mascot Omni will direct you to the Discord, both Google Docs, and everything else the Omniverse has to offer, along with smashing the like button, subscribing to the Omniverse of Nick, sharing the Omniverse around, and turning on all Omniverse notifications, and commenting future requests and expectations in the comments section. With all that said, let's begin. We open up where we ended off last time. Great Ape Raditz was on a siege attacking the Z Fighters, and he begins to get more and more powerful. It's like the injuries that he had before he almost died and then turned ape, that doesn't even matter anymore. And the small advantages that they've had, it's like, it's not even doing anything. Soon, Krillin's on the ground and can't fight anymore. Yamcha's on the ground and can't fight anymore. And Tao is barely able to even stand, but he still tries to fight. Then King Piccolo arrives, but none of the Z Fighters have time to even think about why he's back and younger, and why they sense a very familiar signature in Kami and everything else coming this way. King Piccolo realizes very quickly Kami was not lying. All of his children are killed, and he is very much on the back foot. Roshi is then put on the ground, and he can barely fight, and it seems like Great Ape Raditz is about to kill them all. But just then, a large, huge slash sound can be heard, and Great Ape Raditz grunts. Yajirobe was with our group, remember that. So in place of Vegeta, he slices off Raditz's tail. This is happening a lot sooner than canon. Raditz shrinks back down to normal. And now the injuries are now taking full notice, because not only has he gained consciousness of what has happened, but he is very much so confused and, injured and everything like that. Now the group has the advantage once again. Roshi, that yes, I've mentioned this is not DBS Roshi, so he can't spam evil containment, but he does have enough energy to lock this weakened Raditz. Since he is around the same power level as him now, he has enough energy to use the move one last time. So he does it, but King Piccolo sees this as the perfect opportunity. These fools really thought that he was on their side, and he uses a reversal of the evil containment wave, just like Frost and just like Piccolo. Tao rushes in, but King Piccolo just smirks. Kami rushes in also just as this happens and says, "Stay back, Tao! It's a trap!" And King Piccolo catches Tao in the reversal wave. And now Kami knows their strongest warrior just got contained. King Piccolo is helping Raditz! And Yajirobe just runs as fast as he can. King Piccolo now holds the containment which has Tao. Very reminiscent to how they held him. And he says, if any of them even step a foot near him, he's going to make sure that their friend Tao never comes out to see the light of day again. Raditz is like so confused right now. Not only does he have to process the fact he went ape and almost died, but this Namekian, he helped him? Why? King Piccolo says it's nothing personal and he really doesn't care too much about the Saiyans. But he knows that he can't conquer the world alone. And if these Saiyans are about conquering, a partnership can be held, at least until King Piccolo's sure enough that he doesn't need anyone's help anymore. For now, he is willing to work with Raditz and his comrades, and whoever else, just until he gets what he wants. And him helping Raditz is the first step towards that. He just needed the right moment. Raditz is very puzzled by all of this, thinking that a Namekian would want this, and like everything that's going on, but he smiles and accepts this. But just then, a large, huge spear rings out from across the destroyed city, and it plunges straight through King Piccolo's stomach. Raditz blasts the other spear, and the perpetrator and person behind this is none other than Teen Upa. Remember, I said Upa was going to become a main 2 and come back one day. This is that time. King Piccolo, through his dying moments, sprouts out an egg, hatching a reincarnation, Piccolo Jr., much later in the story. And he explodes and dies. Kami catches the egg, making sure that this version of Piccolo never becomes bad. He will see to that personally. Tao cannot believe this. First, all of them were about to die because of Great Ape Raditz surviving. Then, he got locked in a wave by King Piccolo returning, go figure, and now, a person that he had to redeem himself towards and said he was going to become a warrior just saved all their lives, and saved him from the vessel. And Tao and Upa face each other, and it seems very tense for a moment. But Upa says, "Long time no see, Tao." And he looks around, and he's just as confused as everybody else. Then everybody asks him, most of them want to know who he is, because many of them have never even met Upa. And the rest, like, where have you been? Like, what's been going on? And Upa says, while he wanted Goku to be here, he saw a very gigantic monster wreaking havoc, and he noticed many of warriors traveling up to the lookout and training and everything. So he saw that whenever that ape was attacking, that something must have been going wrong. So he told his father that he thinks that now his training has prepared him to at least give the fighters some kind of hand. But then he saw the ape disappear for good, and he figured maybe he should have a bigger advantage of helping. So he rushed faster than he ever has before, but he wants to know, where's Goku? And Roshi says Goku is on King Kai's planet training. So now they got to figure out what to do from here, because for one thing, Kami can handle that egg of Piccolo, but Roshi looks over and says he doesn't know how Goku's going to react to his brother still alive and what they're going to do with him. None of them are strong enough to take care of him right now. And Raditz, he should be thanking them. Like, everybody just saved everybody. Raditz is very surprised by this, and he thinks about this for a long moment. He thinks, should he betray them, just like that Namek, and end up dead like him? Or side with these Earthlings for now, and then team against them when his comrades show up? But then they'll see him as a weakling, and they'll probably just kill him anyway. So, Raditz ultimately makes up his mind, and decides to team with them for now, until Kakarot comes back. Then he'll figure out where his destiny lies. He can't do anything right now, and he honestly thought he was dead, not even going to turn ape. So, it's just, for now, he'll side with them. But this is not, like, don't mistake this for him being all good and, like, joyful like Kakarot. Roshi says that's fine. They don't really have an argument against it because they have a lot of training ground to make up after this. And Raditz kind of owes it to them for saving his life while also trying to end it and blah, blah, blah. It's like it's a multiple time thing. Meanwhile, King Piccolo makes sure that to put the egg somewhere until Piccolo Jr. hatches. And then he knows that whenever Piccolo Jr. grows, he's going to make sure that no evil of King Piccolo ever surfaces in his mind, or any part of King Piccolo ever comes ever again. Tao and Raditz are very tense here, because Raditz was going to team with King Piccolo with Tao in that jar, and so also Raditz caused all the trouble with them before and then turned ape. It's very tense between the two. But they decide the only way that they can do this and trust each other, and for Raditz to be trusted at all, is for them two, the strongest here, to train. So, believe it or not, they go in the hyperbolic time chamber. But no, they are much too weak, because remember, Kid Goku went in there for not even, a month or something and almost died. So, the Earthlings were exempt from that during the Saiyan arc, but considering this story has gone so different, I'm going to say for Tao and Raditz's specific setting here and their training to actually work, they go in the hyperbolic time chamber only for 3 months. So this exceedingly excels their power levels, but they can only stay in there for 3 months, because like I said, they're not that adept to stay in there for a year yet. Tao emerges from it, no longer with his casual attire, robe, and dressing, but with blue boots, blue wear, blue gloves, and pink armor. Pink Saiyan armor with the Turtle Hermit symbol still there. Tao has fully exonerated to a new look for himself, aspired from the Saiyans. And Raditz has donned a look similar to his good Raditz sketches from games, fandom, Masako, you name it. Just good Raditz. And as for Yamcha, Krillin, Upa, Yajirobe, and Roshi, they train exceedingly harder to make sure that they're ready for Nappa and Vegeta, because they almost died to Great Ape Raditz, and they used everything. And were it not for small moments with Yajirobe, King Piccolo, and Raditz, and Upa, they would have all died, and the Saiyans would have conquered the planet for sure, with maybe Goku coming at the last second. So yeah. And Gohan, he is fully, as I've said before, gotten into a handle of being a Z fighter, and with Piccolo not, training him that way. Not to say that Piccolo training him that way was awful, because obviously it's made him into the guy he is today, and that talking about Gohan's a completely different story, but point is, Gohan is a full exonerated Z fighter. Kami decides to stay as young Kami and train like this just in case he's needed, but he more or less just stays as he is, the Guardian of Earth. And I feel that he would stay as young Kami. Roshi talks about what to do from here, and Tao says all they can do is wait and make sure that they're ready for whenever the Saiyans arrive. They've trained almost to the best of their ability, and there's only so much farther they can go. The Saiyans will be here soon. Raditz and Gohan have moments, which would be honestly nice from games and just honestly a much better calling to what happened in canon. And then Kami begins to train a growing Piccolo Jr. Goku reaches King Kai's place, meets King Kai, unlocks the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb, but he is informed by King Kai that he forgot about the whole 2-day, thing and everything like that. But the good thing is, he doesn't need to be wished back by the Dragon Balls. So, this means Goku just instantly, he speeds at the fastest he's ever gone before. He doesn't even need to bother to wait to be wished back or anything like that. He just flies as fast as he ever has in his life. And the fated day arrives. Vegeta and Nappa arrive on Earth. Will our fighters be actually able to go without any losses this time in the story? Even though it's gone, obviously, many different occasions in stories before, including mine. Or is all of what has happened just a cause for the absolute pain and darkness that's about to precede itself with Tao's redemption story?
Now get out!
What?
Get out! Everybody get out! Welcome!
Welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and Part 9 to What If Mercenary Tao Turned Good. Before we get into it, be sure to check out the Omniverse's homepage where our channel mascot Omni will direct you to the Discord, both Google Docs, and everything else the Omniverse has to offer, along with smashing the like button, subscribing to the Omniverse of Nick, sharing the Omniverse around and turning on all Omniverse notifications, and commenting future requests and expectations in the comments section. With all that said, let's begin. We open up where we ended off last time. But the fated days arrived. Vegeta and Nappa have arrived on Earth and destroyed the same city, but this time they're not here for the Dragon Balls because they weren't revealed to them in this timeline. They're here instead to look for the people who killed Raditz and just fight Kakarot and so on and so forth. But then Nappa, whenever he's pulling up the scouter and the readings with power levels over 1,000 and definitely beyond that, he notices Raditz isn't dead, and he's actually in the vicinity of those other power levels. Vegeta definitely is confused by this and says if that traitor is alive and turned on the Saiyan cause, he'll just join Kakarot and his friends in a tombstone. And Vegeta and Nappa fly towards the area and confront our warriors. Yajirobe, Gohan, Krillin, Roshi, Yamcha, Appa, Raditz, and Tao all are ready and waiting for the Saiyans. Nappa looks over and sees that it's true. Raditz really is alive and he's with them. And Nappa says, what to do now about Raditz? And what about Kakarot? But Vegeta says, no worry. If Raditz truly has joined his inferior brother Kakarot, and Kakarot somehow isn't here, or maybe he's dead or just fleed, then they can just make an example of their once quote-unquote comrade Raditz and kill all of Kakarot's friends. Wherever he is, he'll have to see all of his friends' bodies on the ground by the time he returns. And Nappa is looking more than forward to pay the supposed once ally Raditz a very, very stern beating and get rid of all the other weaklings. Raditz says, if you really think that I am the same Raditz, you are both fools to even think twice about underestimating me. And Tao says, you're also wrong about two things. First, Goku, the one you call Kakarot, isn't dead or not, and he has not fled from us. Matter of fact, he's training, and whenever he gets here, which will be a lot sooner than you might think, there won't even be two of you for him to have to help us with. You're wrong if you think you can come here and try to take our home and the people's lives here away. So go ahead, come at us with everything you've got. Nappa is just angry at this, but Vegeta tells him, calm down. These Earthlings and Raditz just are having ideas above their station. There's no way that Kakarot's training and is stronger than them, let alone these fools here in Raditz. So, he tells Nappa, get out the Cybermen and test them. So, Nappa has the Cybermen capsule and plants the Cybermen. And he tells them to attack. Krillin fights the first one, and he beats him. Yamcha fights the next one. Then the Cybermen grabs onto him, ready to self-destruct. But that's not going to happen here, because this is a far different Yamcha than ever before. And no, this is not a Yamcha turn good where it's like he's going to avoid fighting the Cybermen, or like be friends with the Cybermen, or just not fight the Cybermen at all. This is a just full-blown on workaround and strong-suited Yamcha that we've already seen play out, that you're about to get a more visual aid of seeing. When the Cyberman grabs onto Yamcha, ready to self-destruct, Yamcha illuminates a giant mouth beam that shows a wolf, a spiritual energy wolf coming out of his mouth in the form of a mouth beam called the Giganta Wolf Bite. So, think of it as a mouth beam. These moves are like the Dragon Fist, so to speak. Except, Yamcha, I'm putting more of a fine line on his moves like the Wolf Hurricane or the Wolf Fang Fist. Stuff like that, you know? Stuff that shows the illuminating figure of a wolf and truly goes 100 and freaking 50% beyond that with this new Yamcha. So Yamcha uses this mouth beam wolf's Giganta-bite, and it not only disintegrates the Cybermen, but it frees Yamcha. And Yamcha's only a little bit phased by this. And if it didn't, if he didn't put all of his power into this, or if it didn't hurt him, he would just find a way to, like, level the blast and then just kill the Cybermen after, or it would just kill him. It really doesn't matter. Either way, this would be what honestly makes up for Yamcha's, death in canon by like 6,000-fold. And whenever the Cybermen Turn Good story comes around the corner, which will be kind of a remake in its entirety, it will even make that way of Yamcha surviving look tame in comparison. Then the next Cyberman fights Yajirobe, goes for the acid, but Yajirobe looks at the Cyberman and says, "You look tasty. I'll eat ya." And he goes in and just slices and dices the Cyberman like crazy. And the Cyberman has no answer for this. Upa is the next one to fight. The Cyberman rushes forward. Upa throws a giant axe. The Cyberman sees this, claws at the axe, and then teleports. But Upa uses his senses and all of his training that he has done. And he gets a sword out. And just like Yajirobe, he just slices the Cyberman into pieces right as he teleports behind him, showing Upa has trained a lot. Like, a lot. Yajirobe being one of the main fighters he's trained with, but on his own before he even saved, Raditz and everybody in the last episode. So, yeah. Gohan then gets confronted by the Cybermen, who teleports behind him, but this Gohan, like I said, he is not a little scaredy little frickin' coward kid like in canon. So he actually puts up a very good fight against the Cybermen and kills him. Roshi, I don't even need to tell you that he could take on a Cyberman, let alone not get self-destructed by one. I mean, look at what he's already done in the story so far. And it's not even DBS yet. Like, come on. So, yeah, he beats the Cybermen no sweat. Then, Tao and Raditz team against Nappa. Nappa powers up, but he finds that he's actually having trouble against the two of these guys. It's like, what? So, he uses a blazing storm to try and get all of them off their guard. But then, Tao and Raditz use a combination move nobody, including the Saiyans, was expecting. They use a double Sunday Super Dodon Ray, or, a double Super Dodon Sunday Ray. Basically a combination of Tao's Super Double Dodon Ray and Raditz's Double Sunday. Whatever you guys want to call it. They use this combined move, and Nappa is just completely blown aback by it. So it doesn't just injure him to the point to getting his armor, almost completely destroyed. It destroys his armor and it actually injures Nappa. And he's getting really angry. This is the point much earlier Vegeta tells Nappa to calm down and think. Don't let their weird combination moves and their growing number strategy and no Cybermen killing him get the advantage on what Nappa has as power. Just calm down, think, level them, and actually concentrate. So Vegeta's actually giving much more solid advice here because he's going against more than one guy. And, the Earthlings put Nappa on a small back foot before Goku showed up in canon, but not this much. So, yeah. Nappa powers up once again to full power, and he uses a gigantic storm and then a mouth beam. But Raditz and Mercenary Tao use a combined Kamehameha, and Nappa tries, after his mouth blast is canceled out, to use a Bomber DX, but he just barely saves himself from being completely, destroyed, and is crouched on the ground with one hand on the ground, and is like, at this point, Nappa doesn't have anything left. Vegeta just looks. He's disgusted by the fact that Nappa is losing to these fools. And he now knows that he's going to have to save his brick-headed spastic partner from these guys, and he's actually going to have to step in to deal with weaklings. Nappa and the Cybermen didn't even kill one of them. But then, Vegeta gets a reading on his scouter, and he notices they weren't lying. A very high power is coming towards all of them. And that must be Kakarot. And he tells Nappa he is going to be coming in. So if Nappa really values his life, he'll start actually showing him that he's less than, more than worthless, and actually kill at least one of these fools, as Vegeta prepares to clean up the mess Nappa and the Cybermen have failed to. They can't risk having all 9 of them team against them. But Krillin cuts Vegeta off mid-sentence and uses a Destructo Disc and literally, like a fan-made article of Krillin killing Nappa, completely destroys his legs. So yeah, Nappa is now crippled on the ground with no legs, bleeding out profusely. Krillin then uses a spread scatter shot blast, launches it down, and it seemingly kills Nappa. Vegeta now is fully on to fighting all of them. Do the fighters stand a chance against Vegeta with no casualties before Goku arrives? And if they do, does Vegeta have any answer for what the Z fighters have not yet brought against him? Or has this just turned into a very bad situation to make Vegeta either more desperate or to launch a counteraction of events with no Dragon Ball mention and a further fine road ahead for Tao's redemption story?
Now get out!
What?
Get out! Everybody get out! Welcome!
Welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and part 10 to What If Mercenary Tao Turned Good. Before we get into it, be sure to check out the Omniverse's homepage where our channel mascot Omni will direct you to the Discord, both Google Docs, and everything else the Omniverse has to offer, along with smashing the like button, subscribing to the Omniverse of Nick, sharing the Omniverse around and turning on all Omniversal notifications, and commenting future requests and expectations in the comments section. With all that said, let's begin. We open up where we ended off last time. Vegeta is the sole fighter for the Z fighters. He faces Raditz and says he is the scum of all Saiyans. He not only deserted the cause, but joined the ranks of Kakarot, who's not even here. Disgraces his brother, his heritage, and most of all, he disgraces his prince. He wants him to get out of his sight before he kills him, along with every single person here. And then he can join Nappa and everyone else here soon. in ashes, just like Kakarot will be if he ever decides to show up. Now, before Vegeta has any change of heart, either bow, die, or run. And Raditz says, "As you wish, Your Majesty," and blasts him straight in the face. Lion King reference. Then he drop kicks him straight in the face, sending him flying. Yamcha uses a new move called the Gigantowolf Push. So, it's the yellow emanating spiritual energy of the wolf, except this time, Yamcha has 2 wolf symbols on his hands, and he's using the spiritual wolf energy to gravitationally push Vegeta. So, yeah, think of how crazy that is. Master Roshi then says, "Everybody attack him now!" Yajirobe and Appa go in with their swords, but Vegeta uses an explosive wave and now he's angry. Getting blindsided by Raditz is one thing, but getting tag teamed? Oh no, he's furious. He punches Yajirobe, drop kicks Appa into the air, and then Raditz and Tao go at different sides, left and right, to corner him, but Vegeta uses a double Gallic gun, symbolizing what Goku has done multitudes of times with double Kamehameha, what Gohan did with double Masenko in the Filler Garlic Jr. arc. Yeah, Vegeta's actually using a double Gallic gun, so think of how cool that is. And this gets Raditz and Tao injured, but they still have plenty of fight left, but they are significantly injured, especially Tao. Master Roshi goes buff and goes in for an attack, but Vegeta uses eye lasers. Now, that's not really something we ever saw from Vegeta, ever. Ever! So Vegeta using eye lasers, that would be freaking scary. But Roshi powers through it into a Kamehameha, goes buff, and pulls off his most powerful Kamehameha. But Vegeta deflects it. Krillin, Yamcha, and everybody else try to blast Vegeta, but Vegeta uses his own blasts in return. First of which, it kills Yamcha. Then he goes for a dirty fireworks, and Appa is killed next. Then he blasts Yajirobe, killing him next. Then he goes for a Gallic gun and says, "This fight is over." He powers it more and says, "Say hello to Kakarot when you see him in the afterlife, along with your pathetic world." Then said person comes in to stop him. Goku has finally arrived and punches Vegeta, sending him flying with a Kaioken x2 punch. Vegeta is furious, and the two face off. Goku has finally arrived. Vegeta says, "Really? You came almost too little too late. Your friends may have been able to stop the Cybermen. You might have been able to get Raditz, that coward, on your side, but not even he is a match for me. Your friends have learned what a true Saiyan, the Saiyan Prince Vegeta, is capable of." And he looks to those on the ground and in pieces to show Kakarot he means business. "And do you really think that just because you're here, all of you magically stand a chance?" And he looks up at the sky and says, "Well, in that case, you're all going to regret, especially you and Raditz, Kakarot, not having your tails as signification to what's about to happen to you next. Because the full moon reveals itself. It wasn't destroyed." Vegeta turns into a great ape. Raditz says, "No! I should have known that this would happen." Goku goes Kaioken and then roars with more aura, going Kaioken x3. Rushes in, but Vegeta uses his tail and just effortlessly just slaps him down. Goku knows that this fight just turned from seemingly won to seemingly done in about 2.3 seconds. So he uses every single shot of ki and uses a Kaioken x4 Kamehameha. but Vegeta uses a Grey Ape Mouth Beam and cancels the beam out completely. Goku just barely manages to avoid the ultimate blast without getting completely and utterly crippled. But just then, they see the full moon dissipate and destroyed, and Vegeta revert back and is infuriated, confused, and, what? Kami has arrived on the scene to help the Z Fighters. He's the creator and god and guardian of Earth. So him destroying the moon? Perfectly legit, unlike Piccolo, which, to be fair, had its reasons also. Raditz looks and says, well, we've got that problem out of the way. Now, and then he remembers something. No. Vegeta, he could still... No. And then Raditz says, everyone, attack Vegeta now! This isn't over! But Vegeta uses another explosive wave and pulls out his artificial moon. This time, it's not a backup plan. It's a backup plan. And he laughs at all of them. So, you had a crafty little god destroy my tactic, huh, Kakarot? Well, your god should have thought twice before trying to match an elite warrior. And he re-transforms into a Great Ape. Just think of how utterly crazy that would be. Great Ape Vegeta twice in the same breath of air. And he says to all of them, the artificial moon might have drained my power, but you fools barely got a chance to fight me without Kakarot pulling off the first moves. With all your best efforts gone, you cannot hope to stop me this time. All of you are about to meet the same fate as your pathetic planet, this time for good. But then, a sane tale presents itself. It's not Gohan's. It's not Goku's. It's Raditz's. Because remember, yes, his tail was cut off, but it wasn't permanently gone. And since Vegeta's got cut off and it didn't grow back, we can't say that that would be the same for Raditz. And Raditz just laughs at this and says, you're a fool, Prince, if you thought that this was going to be your victory. And Raditz transforms into a Great Ape. So now we get a Great Ape battle of Raditz and Vegeta. Tao uses Dodon Ray with every single bit of power that he has left, and he gets Vegeta right in the eye. Now Vegeta is blinded and utterly furious. Goku then uses a solar flare, and he charges a spirit bomb. Raditz uses everything he's got in his Great Ape form. Now, obviously, much more controlled because he spent time with Tao in the chamber, has time, he knows how to control it this time. And even if he didn't, he uses all of his energy and slams his fist straight into Vegeta's stomach, sending him flying and crashing through the mountains and valley and everything. Vegeta roars in pain, anger, frustration, and just everything. And then Vegeta prepares to fire a super Gallic gun. But Goku's done with the Spirit Bomb, powers it, and launches it! And everybody makes sure to hit Vegeta's other eye, cut off his tail, and Vegeta is hit by the full force of the Spirit Bomb, weakened, blinded, and this kills him. Goku collapses to the ground. All energy spent, not as badly crippled as Kanon, but they're all alive. Well, obviously not the ones that did die, but they won! Tao looks at Goku and says, is it over? Are you alright? Goku says, yeah, I'm alright, Tao. You guys did good while I was gone. It's over. We'll wish everyone back with the Dragon Balls. And Raditz says, after he returns, good job, brother. Glad I chose the right side. And Shenron is summoned. Everybody is wished back to life. Gohan and Piccolo get to actually interact with each other for the first time ever. Because remember, this is a much later in the story Piccolo Jr., a much better Piccolo Jr., and a much different Gohan. So it's going to be a much different dynamic as we get into later stories down the line. But trust me, you guys will obviously get why that is. Goku and Raditz spend a lot of time talking and digesting everything that's happened, talk about their lives, Planet Vegeta, etc., how Raditz redeemed himself with Tao. It's just a brother-to-brother moment. But Raditz says he feels like the threat isn't over. Like, Vegeta isn't the last thing that they're going to have to worry about. And then he remembers, just at the same time as King Kai contacts both of them, pretty much eavesdropping, as he does, and says, "Your brother is absolutely right, Goku. This is not the last threat that you will ever have to deal with. If you thought that Raditz, Nappa, Vegeta, and those little cretins were the last thing that you were ever going to see hit Earth, you should be prepared for absolutely the worst thing imaginable to come to your planet." And he screams that Frieza is the most terrifying and evil tyrant in the entire universe. Has conquered hundreds of planets, slaughtered billions of people, and is the boss of Raditz, Nappa, and Vegeta, an entire legion of forces that could make its way to Earth at any given point, and that their best bet forward is to not only stay exactly where they're at and not go anywhere. I mean, there's no point in them going anywhere. They don't know about Namek yet. Why would they have to go anywhere? They don't have to go to Namek and get the Dragon Balls and yada 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 yada. And Frieza and them don't know about it either. So King Kai just overall says, just disregarding the whole Namek thing and going out into space, be ready. And do not think that the battle is won. Frieza one day will find out about Earth. You must make sure that if any one of you is to stand even the slightest notion of a chance against Frieza, you must be ready for him. Do not incur Frieza's wrath and be ready for the day that he finds Earth, because one day he will. Because there's guaranteed to be notice about Raditz be joining your cause and Nappa and Vegeta's deaths. Do not take this victory lightly, and do not get overzealous and celebrate, because you have much work to do if you are going to one day stand a chance against Frieza. And Goku says, "So, we have another challenge to overcome in the future?" And he smiles and says, "Can't wait." So, out in space, Frieza's army lurks. A new cause is to be set. And for Tao's redemption story, a new arc begins.
Now get out!
What?
Get out! Everybody get out! Welcome!
Welcome to the Omniverse of Nick, and Part 11 to What If Mercenary Tao Turned Good. Before we begin, be sure to check out the Omniverse's homepage, where our channel mascot Omni will direct you to Discord, both Google Docs, and everything else the Omniverse has to offer, along with smashing the like button, subscribing to the Omniverse of Nick, sharing the Omniverse around, and turning on all Omniversal notifications, and commenting future requests and expectations in the comments section. With all that said, let's begin. We open up in a new arc and a new look for Frieza in space. We get to the planet that Vegeta went to for medical assistance, and also Frieza, Dodoria, and Zarbon and the forces are not going to Namek because they don't know about it. But sooner or later, more information is going to change that. Stay tuned for the end. Frieza, Dodoria, and Zarbon are hearing a lot of things going on, and the main of which being Nappa and Vegeta are dead, and Raditz has joined the other Saiyans and his offspring, along with a huge band of warriors, on Earth. And Zarbon is the one to mainly, also with Dodoria and probably some other sources, tell Frieza of this, along with the fact that more information is yet to be confirmed, but this is the main importance. Frieza tells Dodoria and Zarbon to take a group of forces along with Kui and exterminate them all. So, a Frieza ship plunges towards Earth with Kui, Zarbon, and Dodoria at the helm, and 100 Frieza soldiers. Kami senses this and informs everybody. Goku tells everybody to get ready, because that fated day for them to have to fight against Frieza and his forces, it's come way sooner than any of them could have expected. Way sooner. So Krillin, Yamcha, Piccolo, a much more grown Piccolo at this point, Gohan, Appa, Raditz, Tao, and Goku all prepare as the Frieza ship plunges, and Frieza soldiers, along with Kui, Dodoria, and Zarbon, make themselves known. Goku says, "So, you must be that guy Frieza's men." And he tells all of them to walk away and get out of here while they still have the chance. But of course, none of them are going to take this at face value. So, the fight begins. Krillin, Piccolo, Yamcha, Gohan, and Appa all face off against the 100 Frieza soldiers. Tao faces off against Kui, Raditz faces off against Dodoria, and Goku faces off against Zarbon. All the Frieza soldiers are dealt with, easy as pie, obviously. Kui begins his barrage volley attack and just mercilessly blasts and attacks the likes of Tao, and he just goes in for the utter kill almost instantly, just blasting and blasting and blasting. But Tao teleports away the second that the blasts even start to hit him, and teleports behind Kui, kicks him in the back right up in the air, and then uses a new move, plunging both of his hands together and using a move called the Dodon Eradicator, aka Dragon Ball's version of Spirit Gun. So, yeah, I'm canonizing that for Tao. It works, and who better to use it into canonizing this move from another anime other than Mercenary Tao? And of course, this kills Kui. Dodoria uses a mouth beam. Raditz uses a Saturday Crush. Dodoria uses a Dodoria launcher. Raditz uses a brand new move called the Galaxy Dynamite, and those moves collide too. And then Raditz plunges forward and just slams his entire body straight into Dodoria's chest, flinging him back for miles, and then uses a Be Gone, or, basically a super Saturday Crush, especially if you think about Sparking Zero, etc. Anyway, he fires the blast, and Dodoria puts everything into blocking the move, barely even able to contain it. And he's really on the back foot. Raditz puts insult to literal injury and prepares a weekend blast, fires it, and Dodoria is killed. Zarbon is fighting Goku. He uses an elegant blaster. Goku powers out of it. He uses a shooting star arrow. Goku deflects them all. And Goku powers to a now mastered Kaioken times 4, plunges forward and attacks, but Zarbon's not done yet and smiles and says, "So, you're the Saiyan that was meant to be on this planet after failing to do his mission, thinking that you stand any sort of chance against Lord Frieza, when you've yet to see what I'm capable of." And he turns into Monster Zarbon. Goku goes Kaioken times 5 and beyond, close to even 10. Zarbon rushes in with everything he's got, but it becomes painfully obvious that his monster form's nothing. And Goku finishes it with a Kaioken times 6 Kamehameha, and this kills Zarbon. Tao interrogates a dying soldier, about everything, including Frieza and all of it, and what their plans are, and every bit of information they know about him. And then Tao, for the first time since General Blue, kills someone with his tongue. Raditz knows. Oh no. He didn't even think. His scouter! He always had his scouter! And with Vegeta and Nappa and Kami, when he restored when he destroyed the moon, the whole god and the Dragon Balls and everything, Raditz knows that Frieza and them must know about the Dragon Balls and the Namekians. And Raditz now knows, now they have to leave the planet to combat Frieza. Goku can't believe that even he didn't think this through. But how are they even going to be able to even come close to being able to go and to this planet Namek? They don't know where it is, and they don't know if they're going to be able to train proficiently enough in time to stop Frieza. But Bulma and her family have the fix for that, along with King Kai providing information of Namek. And before long, the Briefs family makes the Capsule Corps ship. And Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Yamcha, Appa, Raditz, Tao with new armor, and Goku all set course for a 100 times gravity trip to planet Namek to stop Frieza from using the Dragon Balls on that planet. Now, with no one to bother wishing back yet. How will the group deal with Frieza in this much different circumstanced timeline? Will it end way easier, as provided in other stories, whether on Earth or Namek? Does this later context towards the Frieza storyline provide even worse outcome? And how does Tao's redemption arc further down this line?
Now get out!
What?
Get out! Everybody get out! Welcome!
Welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and part 12 to What If Mercenary Tao Turned Good. Before we get into it, be sure to check out the Omniverse's homepage, where our channel mascot Omni will direct you to the Discord, at both Google Docs and everything else the Omniverse has to offer, along with smashing the like button, subscribing to the Omniverse of Nick, sharing the Omniverse around and turning on all Omniverse notifications, and commenting future requests and expectations in the comments section. With all that said, let's begin. We open up where we ended off last time. The group, because of information about Kami and the Namekians and Dragon Balls, etc., they, after dealing with Zarbon, Dodoria, Kui, and some Frieza soldiers, and Tao interrogating one of them, now know they have to go to Namek to stop Frieza from using their Dragon Balls. So thanks to King Kai and the likes of the Brief family, a capsule gravity ship that Goku had in canon, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Yamcha, Appa, Raditz, Tao with new Assassin Saiyan armor, and Goku all make their way training in the ship. Now, who masters 100 times gravity? Goku does and unlocks Kaioken times 20. Raditz would be not far behind with a Kaioken times 18. Tao would pretty much be Kaioken times 18 or at least 17. For 50 times, Krillin, Yamcha, and Appa would get this and get a Kaioken times 10. For 20 times, Gohan, and he would not have Kaioken. Instead, his focus would be on training Piccolo. And he is stronger than Piccolo, because remember, Piccolo was born way later in the story, and he was born into Z, not Dragon Ball. So, Gohan's actually the teacher here. But Piccolo starts to catch up little by little and understand that there's a lot more to him and Gohan's relationship than meets the eye, and he has no idea. So they get to Namek. Frieza is actually waiting for them, because they arrive on Namek almost at the exact same time in this story. And Frieza says, well, well, well. Look who it is. It looks like Qui de Zarbon and Dodoria failed to exterminate even one of you. But you will not get in the way of me getting my wish. And Frieza brought the Ginyu Force with him. So, he tells them to attack. Goku and Frieza face off, but the Ginyu Force stops anybody from even thinking about challenging Frieza. Goldo tries his time freeze, but he runs out of breath, and then tries his ultimate paralysis move on all of them, but he is blasted straight through the head just like before, or, decapitated, or however you want to really rationalize Goldo's death manga or anime, by Raditz. And he says, just like Vegeta, I always wanted to exterminate one of you cretins, especially you. And he crushes Goldo's head, just like 17 did to Dr. Gero. Yamcha faces Recoome. And just like the filler arc with Yamcha and Recoome on King Kai's planet, Yamcha is much stronger than Recoome. And to finish him, he punches Recoome in the back, but just then, a spiritual blade-like energy thing illuminates from Recoome's back through his stomach, and a gigantic spiritual energy wolf emanates outwards from his stomach. So, this is basically like Yamcha's version of the wolf, or Dragon Fist. So, I'm actually putting that in this time. This is Yamcha's Dragon Fist, except wolf. So, this is the Giganto-Wolf Impalement, if you really want to be specific. Which, another great freaking move from a proven now main in this story. And Recoome's dead. Burter and Jace attack, and they go into their tag team very efficiently right out of the gate and use the purple comet attack. And this gets Gohan onto the ground instantly. Piccolo takes off his weights and tries to rapid fire and just attack Burter and Jace, but he is not strong enough. Yamcha tries a maximum Kaioken times 10 and Kamehamehas, and Krillin uses a maximum Kaioken times 10 and uses a full power Destructo Disc. And Burter tries to outspeed both of these attacks, but he doesn't, and he dies. Jace rapid fires and uses a Crusher Ball, but Yamcha surprises him and uses a triple Spirit Ball. Yeah, another great move. And Goku catches Jace's lifeless body and surprises Captain Ginyu with his overwhelming potential with just a Kaioken times 2. And this provokes Ginyu into switching bodies, and he is now Ginyu Goku, but quickly realizes he can't use Goku's power. And Goku Ginyu just laughs at him, and everybody just mercilessly attacks him, basically, because Goku says it's okay, even though it's hard for them to accept it first. Then, Goku Ginyu gets his body back. Ginyu tries to swap bodies again, but he is just killed. So now, it is just down to Frieza. And he smiles and would have never expected these people to even get past Zarbon, Dodoria, and Qui, let alone his top force. And all his soldiers that he had are donezo. And let's just say Frieza gets 1 or 2 Dragon Balls before they arrive on Namek and they do this whole fight. I'm saying more roughly in this timeline, they arrive at the same time. So Frieza, knowing that his plan has not even been fully on board and practically been thwarted, is furious and now is in on fighting them himself personally. Will our group be able to even combat Frieza in this era? With all these changes, all this dramatic posing up to this part of the story, or does Tao's redemption arc end with Frieza?
Now get out!
What?
Get out! Everybody get out! Welcome!
Welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and part 13 to What If Mercenary Tao Turned Good. Before we get started, be sure to check out the Omniverse's homepage where our channel mascot Omni will direct you to the Discord, both Google Docs, and everything else the Omniverse has to offer, along with smashing the like button, subscribing to the Omniverse of Nick, sharing the Omniverse around and turning on all Omniverse notifications, and commenting future requests and expectations in the comments section. With all that said, let's begin. We open up where we ended off last time. Frieza is getting ready to personally eviscerate the Z-Fighters for stopping his plans from getting the Dragon Balls before he's even been able to get 3, and killing his Ginyu Force and all of his army. So, he's on the attack. His first attack with the Death Beam is at Piccolo shielding Gohan in their much different relationship with Gohan being the master, and Piccolo sacrificing himself in a much different way and much later in the story. This, of course, kills Kami. Frieza laughs and says, "While you may have had the opportunity to get this far in your journey, it ends here." And he laughs and says, "You really thought that a mere Namekian from Earth was going to help you. Once I eviscerate all of you, the Namekians on this planet will join your friend there on the ground." Gohan is enraged, and for the first time in the story, we see his fury take hold. He punches First Form Frieza repeatedly, but this only does so much. And First Form Frieza just instantly punches him square in the gut, seemingly pretty much kind of killing him. Goku furiously transforms into Kaioken. And he says, "Now, Frieza, you're fighting me." And Frieza says, "So you're the main Saiyan. A Saiyan who I must take great surgeons to, like your brother over there, Raditz. I may not have Nappa or Vegeta to worry about anymore. But you, now you've definitely got my attention. The attention to put out your lights." And he fires a punishing blaster, but Goku just soars through it with his Kaioken, punches Frieza flying for miles, drop kicks him up in the air with Kaioken, and then decks him with his left hand, sending him flying more for miles. And these punches are actually hurting. Frieza now knows he cannot take this fight lightly anymore. He knows that with this guy Goku and the others backing him up, even if they are, sort of, kind of out of energy, he can't take this lightly anymore. He is going to show them what a true tyrant is capable of. So, he sheds his armor and he begins to transform, eventually going to his second form. Then he uses a Death Storm and plunges forward, and he gets Krillin straight in the stomach with his impalement, just like in canon. Goku roars with fury past Kaioken times 10, and he punches Frieza, sending him flying, and then uses a Kamehameha. But Frieza just gets up from it, showing that he barely felt it at all. And he did not expect them to actually get him through his second form this hurt. And this actually troubles him just a bit. But he tells them to not let that go to their heads. And he smiles at them, showing that he still has 2 transformations left. And he says to them, "Prepare to witness, as you all get to be the first to witness, my 3rd transformation." And he turns into his 3rd form. And he says, "Now, let's begin the next round. Unfortunately for all of you, you won't live to get through it." And he uses his crazy finger beam, and it kills Krillin, Yamcha, Raditz, Tao, and Upa. Basically everyone but Goku. Goku just is on the ground, motionless, taking this in. And then lightning, the air, the water, planet Namek itself begins to illuminate with thunder and roaring intensity. And Goku, his eyes have gone blank. His teeth are gritted, and his fists are clenched. Fury is mounting into Goku's heart. Frieza says, all your friends are dead, and you think this little anger surge of yours scares me? But then he begins to realize something's wrong here. And Goku roars in primal anger and for the first time transforms into a Super Saiyan. Frieza, now knowing that the Super Saiyan is before him, tries to go into his fourth form, but Goku is in any kind of mood to let him transform into his final form. So he uses an angry Kamehameha, and this hits Frieza dead on, seemingly killing him. Goku just looks down. Sad, he knew there was more potential for Frieza. And he killed all of his friends. Now he's going to have to get with the Namekians to wish them all back. It's become a thing now. And yeah, looks like they actually are going to be wishing on the dragon here after all, and not just, stopping Frieza from getting it. And he just looks down, sad, angry, but still strong and hopeful. King Cold, after hearing about all of this, knows that if he is to go to this planet Namek against this Super Saiyan, and he killed Frieza only in his third form, this is a problem. So, King Cold is not going to go to Namek, or, the ruins like he did in the original story. Or he's not going to just stay behind and then get killed by Vegeta and just stuff that I've done with King Cold before. Instead, he is going to do what some past King Colds have done. Not go to Yardred, but something completely different. He is going to Earth to make sure to kill every single last person there. So whenever the Saiyan does return, he has nothing left. Or better yet, kill everyone there and then blow up the planet so he can never return home ever again. So, King Cold and the entire Frieza Force Legion, I'm talking all the 1,000 plus, 2,000 plus, 3,000 plus men, since, obviously the Frieza Force is much more intact in this timeline, along with Sorbet, Tagoma, and Shisami. But they are not alone here, and they're not just going to have whatever left forces are left on Earth. At a distant lab, hidden away, something begins to stir. Something that has detected King Cold and this entire Frieza Force Legion on the planet. A scientist who, in this timeline of Tao's redemption story, is not going down easily, especially as a war begins to brew with Dr. Gero and King Cold.
Now get out!
What?
Get out! Everybody get out! Welcome!
Hey guys, welcome back. I bet you guys weren't expecting to see me so soon, especially with the likes of Facecam. Well, if you guys remember, I did do Facecam vids, not just streams for Restream, which is now on a hiatus. But I did do this format, but it was mainly for the now going to be remade John Wick Daniel Salazar story. Now, I have a new laptop, and this is back. So, with that said, hey guys, welcome to part 14 of What If Mercenary Tao Turned Good. Before we get started, be sure to check out the Omniverse's homepage, where our channel mascot Omni will direct you to the Discord, both Google Docs, and everything else the Omniverse has to offer, along with smashing the like button, subscribing to the Omniverse of Nick, sharing the Omniverse around, and turning on all Omniversal notifications, and commenting in the future requests and expectations for the remainder of this year and onward. With all that said, let's get started. So, we open up where we ended off last time. We have just gotten done with the battle on Namek. Much later, so many twists and turns in the story. And Frieza has been dealt with in his third form against Super Saiyan Goku, killing everybody else. And Goku is about to use the Namekian Dragon Balls to wish everybody back to existence. But King Cold has a different itinerary this time. He goes to Earth to kill everybody off there and then blow up the planet so Goku never comes home. But as evil scientist, he awakens early. Dr. Gero makes himself known, but he is not alone. We get to see Shen return. You guys haven't seen him since the start of the tale. I told you guys he was coming back, but a lot of you guys didn't believe me. I always have a plan. Shen, whenever he escaped and told when he told everybody, like Tao, his brother, and everyone, they were gonna regret what they did to Tien and Chaozu, he meant it. He teamed with Dr. Gero. And with this, Android 19 is created early, and Dr. Gero is made into Android 20 earlier than whenever it happened. We don't know when specifically it happened. We obviously know it was before, much time before he and 19 actually made their presence known. And Tien and Chaozu make their reappearance with black and red gi, and they are evil still. But this time, so much time with Master Shen and Tao turning on the cause of the Crane School means that they are even more evil than in canon. And then we see something completely off-putting. We see a dead Vegeta's body, and then we see a legless, dead Nappa's body. And Dr. Gero says these two will be great on experimentation and complete rehabilitation to the Red Ribbon Army's cause. And with the help of Shen and everything, this means that the control that Dr. Gero has over his androids is superb. So there's not going to be any malfunctions. Now, don't get me wrong, Shen's not a scientist. As a matter of fact, many would call him stupid. But he did save Mercenary Tao's life and made him a cyborg. Now, yes, I could have made Cyborg Tao a thing. Spoiler alert, that was dropped. Because, 1, forgot about it, 2, didn't seem like an actually logical point to put just an android cyborg Tao, as fun as that would be. But for the ending of the story, visualization and imagination can be given to you guys for that to happen. But you'll have to stick around for the end to see if that's plausible enough, at least for you guys, to occur whenever you guys see the ending. So just stick around. Also, Dr. Gero knows, like I said in the last part, that King Cold and his forces are on this planet. But apparently, Goku and Tao and everybody else are not. Now, at this point, this is still 3, 4 even years before the canon arrival of these androids. That should go to tell you something. They have been working on this along with Shen for a long time, and they have gotten much farther than in canon, obviously with more help. Especially with Tien and Chaozu there, to help also, and Vegeta and Nappa, you'll get to see what happens to them. But Dr. Gero stages a plan for war. Himself, 19, 13, 14, 15, 18, and 17 all go out to combat King Cold and the entire Frieza Force Legion. Meanwhile, Android 16, Tien, Chaozu, and Android Vegeta, whom, by the way, remember, he was blinded in both of his eyes and never healed. Now, this is a completely rejuvenated, recreated, and completely programmed Android Vegeta. So, this means that he's completely under Dr. Gero's control. No sentience remains of Vegeta and Nappa, unlike Tien and Chaozu. They're just with Shen because he's their master, and Tao betrayed the cause. So, yeah. Anyway, Android Vegeta has dark, black, and red armor, symbolizing his Cell Games attire, or Android Saga attire. No longer donning the Saiyan Saga attire. Not even Namek or Frieza arc. And his eyes, which once held life, are completely emotionless and pupilless. They actually resemble Baby. Now, if you've seen androids like Baby or Hachiak, they're more along the lines of Hachiak, but they could also be like Baby. They are completely red. Completely red. No pupils, nothing. Completely cybernetic eyes. As for Nappa, remember, his legs were completely sliced off by Krillin. And then he was blown down by the spread shot scatter blast. Now, believe it or not, Nappa actually held more life than Vegeta, because Vegeta, he was blinded in both of his eyes, attacked by literally everybody, and he was hit by the full force of a spirit bomb. Nappa, he was sliced in the legs, yes, bleeding out profusely and hit by a scatter shot attack. But just that little bit of life means that Nappa actually holds at least a tiny bit of sentience in him. Now, that is not going to go into the story at all, but it's just worth pointing out that Nappa, of all people to be killed and turned into an android, Nappa holds actual sentience in his head and is not a full-blown on android like Vegeta. And whether or not Gero would pick up on this or care about this with Shen around is debatable. But even if it weren't, like I said, it's not really going to cut into the story. It's just something worth pointing out to you guys. So, anyway, the main thing is his legs sliced off, so Gero replaces them with completely cybernetic legs. But everything else, he remodels Nappa. Actually, this actually fits. Vegeta and Nappa, more so Nappa, are modeled after the Fighter Z clones, Fighters clones, that we saw from Android 21 in the video game. So, Nappa, moreover, Vegeta gets that dawn, because Vegeta's not a Super Saiyan, and he never will be. Spoiler alert, Android Vegeta's not getting Super Saiyan. Anyway, yeah, they are going to be full-blown on androids. And they guard the underground bunker of the laboratory while Gero takes everybody else to war. Because if they all die, these guys have to be able to be alive and in the bunker of the laboratory, especially if the lab gets destroyed, to protect the lab, sneak the lab into seclusion, or, just figure out what happens from here. It's a backup plan. Evil scientists, always have to have a backup plan. Anyway, Porunga is summoned on Namek, and King Kai thinks about this for a second and stops everybody because he thinks, Porunga, does he have any limitations on him at all? Like, only bringing one person back at a time? Because they have to bring back all of their friends that are lost. And then he looks at Earth and sees King Cold and the entire Frieza Force Legion, along with Dr. Gero and the Red Ribbon Army, planning a war against them. So if Goku and everybody does get wished back, no problem whatsoever, their planet is doomed. And from what he is hearing, seeing, and thinking, King Cold wants to kill everybody, so that way he can blow up the planet and Goku can never come home. So he forbids and yells at Goku, do not, under any circumstances, because yes, while you can wish your friends back and everything, do not make a getaway for home. We need to think of an actual plan so that way nothing bad happens, because now they're at risk of not going back to Earth at all. Elder Murray steps in because by this point Guru's dead, just pointing that out. And he says, why don't you just go for, and then he tells them his plan. Piccolo is brought back to life, which brings back Kami. So Shenron is then summoned atop the lookout, which Gero and King Cold's army barely have time to register. And between Shenron and Porunga, because Krillin has already died, so Krillin just by himself is wished back by Porunga. Shenron brings everybody else back to life. And this brings them all back to life on Namek. So, yeah. So everyone's brought back, but one of the wishes from Porunga is used to bring back Krillin because he died more than once and would need the Namekian Dragon Balls. So, yeah. But besides that, everybody's brought back, no sweat. So, even if there was a thing, like, for example, Tao did end up, like, for any mistakes or anything like that, that would be like, oh, Krillin wasn't the only one who was killed more than once in this story. What are you talking about? There's more than one out of the list you're showing here. Well, Shenron and Porunga could just tag team that. It's really not a big deal, especially since there's not more than two, and the next wish is crucial for counting what's about to happen next, and young Kami is a thing, which means that Shenron would have more than one wish. So overall, not a big deal whatsoever. Goku is excited and glad they're all alive, but then warns them about the danger on their home and says they need a plan now. And he tells them that if Frieza's father, King Cold, and the Red Ribbon Army are going at war, and they either team up or destroy Earth, they can't go home. And even if they go there right now and try to stop both of them, they can't. Goku's Super Saiyan is not mastered, nor do all of their powers together stand a chance. So, this means that they need a plan to train, and the gravity training is not going to do that. So, Elder Mori asks Porunga to show them a planet that they can train on to go and save Earth and everybody else. And Porunga, he would do this. He showcases for them Planet Yardrat, and the entire group makes a getaway trip to Planet Yardrat. Master Pubara hears about everything that's been going on, and he's more than happy to train all of them. Gohan and Piccolo get actual gains here, because up till this point, Gohan and Piccolo, first of all, Piccolo was born way later in the story. Gohan is his master, and he's a kid, and it's a much different relationship, and their powers really didn't exceed 20 times gravity, and not even Kaioken. Piccolo is not fused with Nail, and he is a purely good Piccolo. And Gohan is a much more thorough Z fighter. So, yeah, the dynamic is way different. Gohan actually gets Kaioken, and it really doesn't matter what level he would be at. I'm going to say level 5. Piccolo would be the same, because honestly, that's the best that I could showcase for him besides new moves. And as for everybody else, Goku, Tao, Raditz, Upa, Yamcha, and Krillin all don Yardratian gear. Goku tries to master Super Saiyan, and they all go through Yardratian training. Meanwhile, on Earth, Kami can only stand back and watch as, yes, he heard the whole plan, but it's not like he can do anything because he has to stay on the lookout. It's his job. And yes, as much as he is supposed to be the guardian of Earth, like, all he can do is protect the people around Korn's land because he can't take on two bloody armies. And he could have asked to train with everybody else, but then Mr. Popo and everyone here would be in danger. The least that he can do is make sure Mr. Popo, Korin, Yajirobe, Bora, and everyone in the land there are safely sent up into the sky, somewhere secluded, so that way they do not get harmed in what is sure to be an Earth, just a completely big war about to ensue between the Frieza Force Army, or the Cold Force, and the Red Ribbon Army. King Cold is just smiling that he gets to watch as all these Earthlings on this planet die, and then boom, just blow up the planet. And he tells all his forces to lay siege to everything, destroy everybody, and turn this planet into a wasteland. And Yajirobe and Korn are sent up with the people from Korn's land, and all they can do, along with Kami and Mr. Popo, is just watch as the destruction illuminates almost all the planet. Nom, Giran, bunches of humans, fighters, etc., whatever is of fighters on this planet, because Goku took them all with him, and the force of Cold just destroys everything. Cold begins to pick up on the fact that this Super Saiyan Goku, he must have taken all the strongest warriors to planet Namek, and they beat Frieza in his third form. And this infuriates Cold, and he tells his army to pick it up. Do this faster, because he just wants to destroy this planet. If this Saiyan is returning home, he doesn't want him to have a home. He's going to destroy the planet and then blow his ship up in space. Or find the planet that he's on and just kill him that way. Especially if he's still on Namek. But then his army actually begins to get on the back foot of an opposing force. And the army is actually starting to fight back. And this is a huge army I'm talking about here. This is a huge army. So it's just questionable as to what's happening here. And before Cold can even think about what's going on here, his entire army is just destroyed. Sorbet, Tagoma, Shisami, all those thousands of soldiers just completely destroyed. Because Sorbet, Tagoma, and Shisami also didn't train here. So, and before you ask, where's Broly and Paragus? Are they going to become a thing? Wouldn't they, because of King Cold? Oh, trust me. I've given hints to Broly actually being a theme in the Omniverse. He's coming, but that is a very side hunch for now. King Cold looks in surprise, shock, and bewilderment at the opposing force, which is now staring directly at him all by himself. Dr. Gero faces King Cold dead on. And he says, well, it looks like you're all alone there, Your Majesty. And now my androids are going to crush you. And this planet will be ready for when Goku and his friends return. And the Red Ribbon Army will rule planet Earth. As you and your army have figured out, you are no match for the Red Ribbon Army. And King Cold says, so, you think that just because I am all alone, without a son, without an heir, and without an army, that I'm completely defenseless. And he begins to get into a stance and says, "You would be deadly mistaken to underestimate the king of the Cold Force." And he immediately shows no holding back and no playing, and instantly goes into his fourth form and then stacks 100% on top of it. King Cold is dead serious. He is going into this completely angry, furious, and enraged. 13, 14, and 15 rush at him with everything that they have got. All their moves, everything. But King Cold just wipes the floor with them. Then Super 13 becomes the thing. And King Cold actually sees this as a fight, but he is still more than strong enough to take Super 13 down. Then 17 and 18. And King Cold actually is put on the back foot, not because of their power, but by their stamina and power together. And this forces King Cold to power all of his energy at the maximum that he can gain and shoot a gigantic, humongous death ball down. 17 and 18 try combined photon flashing and rapid fire blasting the death ball, but eventually they realize that even their infinite stamina and power, they can't stop this beam and are completely overtaken by it. Android 19 is still a thing, however, and he seizes the perfect opportunity. With his palm, right whenever King Cold's all out of energy and all the other androids are dead, 19, with his palm, he just flies in and rushes at King Cold, and he grabs him straight by the face. And he begins to drain all of his life force, and King Cold knows he's gonna die. But just then, within the flick of a switch, something happens that shocks not only the Red Ribbon Army, not only King Cold, not only Kami and everybody else, but I bet all of you. A death saucer strings its way straight towards both of the fighters, and it slices off 19's arms. It's Frieza. How did Frieza manage to get all the way from Namek to Earth? How did he survive? Does the Red Ribbon Army have any kind of chance with Frieza and King Cold on their last remaining forces? And even if one or both of the armies survive, where does the end goal go from here? Does Earth get destroyed? What's the next objective? And how will our group fare with their Yardratian training? As Mercenary Tao's redemption story just reached.
Now get out!
What?
Get out! Everybody get out! Welcome!
Hey everyone, welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and part 15 to What If Mercenary Tao Turned Good. Before we get started, be sure to check out the Omniverse's homepage, where our channel mascot Omni will direct you to the Discord, both Google Docs, and everything else the Omniverse has to offer, along with smashing the like button, subscribing to the Omniverse of Nick, sharing the Omniverse around and turning on all Omniverse notifications, and commenting future requests and expectations in the comments section. With all that said, let's begin. We open up where we ended off last time. Frieza has survived, somehow, in his 100% state, saving King Cold after a near-death experience with the Red Ribbon Army, and now goes for the kill and kills number 19. Dr. Gero tries to attack, being the last one, but Frieza just impales him, and he screams at Gero, "You thought you could mess with your measly little army with the greatest universal threat and dominant family in the entire known universe, the Frost Demons. You are the greatest example of what evolution has spat up and thrown up in the sorry known universe that we find ourselves polluted in, which changes right now. Dr. Gero tries for an I-beam, but Frieza retaliates with his own I-beam. Gero shrugs off the pain and tries to run away, but King Cold, every bit of power in his fourth form he has left, performs a gigantic death wave and sweeps Gero right off his feet, crippling him. Frieza just looks down, smiling, and throws a death saucer and just kills Gero. Frieza just looks on at everything and smiles and says, "Point proven. Worthless junkyard trash." And then he catches up with King Cold, who tells him everything, and Frieza says he got most of it, and his father probably wants to know how he survived the Super Saiyan. Well, unlike some of my other stories where he has been killed before his final form, this one was actually creative. You see, whenever Frieza was getting attacked in his third form by Super Saiyan Goku before transforming, Frieza was able to circulate the energy of the angry Kamehameha and his power for transforming and get to his 100% state without crippling himself, without killing himself, and he wanted it to be a surprise attack to launch himself upwards and kill the Super Saiyan at his lowest, because he knew that that attack was just a sporadic attack meant out of just all of his energy. At least that's what Frieza was thinking. But little does he know about Goku. Canon fight. Side story. But when he realized he was actually pushed out of the outer layers of the planet and he had gotten to his 100% state, he shrunk back down and saw his father's ship making a course wave from the outer edges of Namek to Earth. So he decided to hide in a mini carrier in the ship and wait for the right opportunity to see what his father exactly was doing, besides going to see if he was alive. Although we all know Frieza and King Cold's relationship. But when he saw that his father was going to make sure the Saiyan didn't have a home, this invested Frieza. So he rode along, an emperor just hiding. It was very uncouth for Frieza. But he was invested by this, but he didn't want his father to know that he was alive just yet. So, whenever he saw an impeding opposing army actually push his father back, this made Frieza realize it's now or never. And here they are. And they both agree that if that guy was the mad scientist and the master, a lab is more than obvious. So, they start destroying city by wasteland, by valley, everything. Until they finally find a remote location that has a hole patched in the side of the mountain. And Frieza and Cold examine it, and sure enough, it's more than confirmed. This has to be it. And they talk about if this is some sort of trap the Doctor has set. Clearly it wasn't for them. It must have been for that Super Saiyan. And they wouldn't have lasted a chance. And King Cold and Frieza just death beam storm the frick out of the lab. And I don't even have to tell you guys how utterly and completely destroyed it would be. Then they talk about what to do from here, and Frieza brings up the fact that why don't they just destroy the planets and then go look for the Super Saiyan? King Cold likes this idea, but destroying the planet doesn't serve a purpose anymore. Because if it did, why hasn't the Super Saiyan just came back yet by this point? If the army really imposed the plan of his longer than he thought, and he should have had way more than enough time to come back to Earth right now. So their whole plan is almost just pointless by this point, and is just like, it doesn't seem the fitting kind of revenge, rather than them just look for the Super Saiyan himself. They could just sell this planet for profit. They don't need to destroy it. That's for someone like you-know-who. Frieza says, you can have your delusions of grandeur all you want, father. But if the Super Saiyan is planning some sort of attack and knows about us still being a threat, that's why we need to vacate his home before he vacates us out of our empire and out of our existences. Considering the fact us two, along with some rogues, are the only thing that remain of what once was a galactic empire. I will personally not let that slide. And he goes for an ultra supernova and prepares to fire it when he is utterly and completely plummeted down to the Earth's ground by Android 16. And it's just, the underground layer was more than secure still, even after the Death Beam storm. So of course, the people down there are alive. Frieza is utterly furious by this. But then he sees something that really surprises him and his father. And then he smiles at what he sees about this revelation. Vegeta and Nappa have made themselves known. But it's not the same Vegeta and Nappa. Red ribbon symbols postered across their black and red armor. Cybernetic legs for Nappa, and purely red mechanical eyes for the Saiyan Prince. And Frieza and King Cool can clearly tell these two were dead, so they had to have been experimented on. Well, they'll just be easier to deal with now. And Master Shen, who was working with Dr. Gero and was the sole proprietor of this backup plan of theirs. He tells everybody to attack. Chaozu goes for his paralysis and Tien joins in with him. And then Master Shen uses his ultimate paralysis, but Frieza bolsters it 100% past his limits and breaks out of it. Then he goes for a Nova Strike, and this kills Shen. It kills Chaozu, but Tien goes for a Tri-Beam before it can hit him fully, or at all. And then he goes for another, and another, and another. Basically, he is second form selling Frieza right now. King Cold's like, I knew I would have to save my son, but I definitely didn't expect it turning out this reverse carded. Well, time for the king to step in. Again. And he rushes forward, but Vegeta and Nappa intercept him. King Cold tries to Death Beam over and over again, but Vegeta retaliates with his mechanical eye lasers. Nappa uses his cybernetic legs. They propel off of him into rocket boots, just like the rocket punches from the anime, and as rocket boosters. And he just power tackles, propels, and this is a deadly combination. And King Cold can't transform anymore, so he's crippled on the ground. Tien goes to finish them both off with a final Tri-Beam. But just then, he's kicked into the air by one guy, binded by another, and sliced with a key sword by a final. And he is killed by Cooler's armored squadron. And a Death Beam rings out and kills Cybernetic Nappa in the entrance of the Frost Demon Cooler himself. And Cooler uses an I-Beams and goes in, uses a Death Flash, and kills Vegeta, and the underground bunker is destroyed. Now, all the Frost Demons are reunited, and they all agree their history is not the greatest. Cooler left because King Cold chose Frieza over him. And this isn't him coming back to the Frost Demon whole empire thing, but he knows all of what has happened, and that his family has been disgraced by a Super Saiyan, and by an army. And he doesn't need their help. They need his help way more. Because he, along with his armored squadron, also have knowledge that the Super Saiyan actually is with his friends on a planet the Ginyu Force was going to. Planet Yardret. So, the three Frost Demons prepare to make leeway for Yardret. And this is the next turning point and next question of whether or not our group on Yardret with their training will be able to take on the galactic Frost Demon family, all of them together, or if this is truly where Mercenary Tao's redemption arc cuts off. Stay tuned.
Now get out!
What?
Get out! Everybody get out! Welcome!
Hey guys, and welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and part 16 to What If Mercenary Tao Turned Good. Before we get started, be sure to check out the Omniverse's homepage where our channel mascot Omni will direct you to the Discord, both Google Docs, and everything else the Omniverse has to offer, along with smashing the like button, subscribing to the Omniverse of Nick, sharing the Omniverse around, and turning on all notifications to stay tuned for everything for the Omniverse, and commenting future requests and expectations for the remainder of this year and onward in the comments section. With all that said, let's begin. We open up where we ended off last time. King Cold, Cooler, and Frieza all make their way towards Yardret, but they're not going in just because Cooler's there. They're actually cohesively thinking of another plan. And soon enough, they get to planet Yardret and begin the attack. Goku goes Super Saiyan, and everybody else backs him up. Frieza just smiles at Goku and says, well, we finally found your little hiding place. And he says to Goku that you should have just made sure that I was dead before you decided to steal my wish and wish back your friends and then escape to this little planet. Who knows? You might have known that we were alive the entire time. But don't think that my father and my brother are the only things that are going to help me get my revenge against you. And then Cooler proceeds to transform into his fifth form. And then Frieza transforms into a fifth form. And then King Cold transforms into a fifth form. Now, I am making it so that Cooler teaches them on the way to Yardret about the augmentation form, the fifth form. And, of course, Frieza did not know this. But it is to be argued whether or not King Cold knew about this, Dragon Ball Multiverse aside and all that stuff. But whether or not, and even if he didn't or did, doesn't matter. Because, whole Android thing, I could have just brought it up there. So I'm just going to put it in the fact that Cooler teaches both his own father and Frieza the fifth form, which makes more sense considering Cooler's whole story and getting the fifth form in the first place. So honestly, it's a better outing that he just teaches them on the way. Goku is in a mastered state of Super Saiyan, unlocking it and travailing through intense training while at least going on to the instant transmission, because all the other stuff he wasn't down for that, like canon. So he goes against Frieza, Cooler, and fights the both of them head on in Super Saiyan. But King Cold, he has a different plan. So he looks back at his two sons fighting together against the Super Saiyan. And he's quite proud of where this alliance with his former son Cooler has actually gotten them. So, King Cold will take care of the small fry. Raditz, even after unlocking his own Super Saiyan, he is no kind of match for the King's onslaught. Tao, through all his training and everything, is just no match either. Piccolo then goes for his giant form, and then Yamcha, through his Yardratian training, uses a spiritualized wolf kind of avatar transformation. And this would be a complete embodiment of what Yamcha should have gotten. Think of it as the avatar we saw from the manga, the Mastered Ultra Instinct one for Goku, but Yamcha has fully transformed into a wolf variant avatar like thing. And with your Dradian training and how Yamcha's gone, can't say this wouldn't happen. Like, come on. And in response, King Cold just proceeds to power up more. And so much so, he transforms into 6th form. So, I'm making it that King Cold, like from Dragon Ball Multiverse, and even if he learns it in this story a much different way, and obviously everything like that, that he exceeds the 5th form, especially, it's not a Saiyan Zenkai or anything, but him being the father of these two, you gotta give him King Cold deserves a much better upgrade, in my opinion, from how lackluster he was in canon. That's why I've given him so much respect in the Omniverse. With this 6th form, he launches Death Saucer after Death Saucer, and he kills everybody. Goku, infuriatingly, roars past Mastered Super Saiyan, almost going to Super Saiyan 2. And his roar, gaze, and fury is aimed at all the 3 tyrants. He rushes forward and delivers a sledgehammering left fist straight into Frieza's stomach, making him collapse and back into his 4th form. And then Cooler tries his hand at a punch, but it does nothing. Goku launches forward and punches Cooler, and he reverts to his 4th form, but then he says, "Did you think I was done?" He snaps his fingers, and Cooler's armored squadron comes out, but Goku just instantly blasts them. Then, King Cold. This is the most ferocious fight, but all it takes from Goku is just a few blows. And I'm taking this from a lot of media that Goku in the future was fighting against King Cold and Mecha Frieza. And you'll understand more about why I'm doing this after what happens during this whole thing. But King Cold's crippled on the ground too, and he begs Goku to spare his and his family's lives. But Goku says, "How many trillions of lives did your family kill? Especially mine. And you threatened my home, and now you all want life to be saved for you?" And he roars with his aura flaring up and says, "You and your family turn my stomach!" And he uses an angry Kamehameha, and Frieza, Cooler, and King Cold are all killed. Master Pubara is very, very impressed with all the group's training and says, "Planet Namek is still an available option for you, considering the space of it, and my link and help will get you there to wish back your friends. Earth is still a bit of a trip. Namek is much closer than you hope to get." And he thanks Goku for saving his planet and for being a really good student and, everything. So, everyone gets back to Earth, they're wished back, yada yada. But then 3 years go by. Because remember, we haven't gotten the 3-year time skip for the androids. So 3 years go by, and Goku dies of the heart virus. Raditz and Tao, who now spots a green and orange gi back to his, attire. First, we all know how it went. Blue, and then orange, and then the armor, and then upgraded armor, and then Yardrat, and now he spots a Shenron sort of look for his robes. And then we get a 7-year time skip. So we're getting 2 time skips back to back. Because remember, there's no androids, no time travel, so nothing can happen. Raditz ascends Super Saiyan 2, and he gets right on the field of Super Saiyan 3. Tao unlocks past Kaioken times 100 and is close to completely mastering Kaioken. Yamcha learns how to use the spiritualized Avatar Wolf transformation as an avatar to enhance his own powers, to use it as a much different means, like Goku in the manga. Krillin is obviously still a thing here, and he gets a lot stronger along this way. And Gohan, we get the future Gohan look, as I've talked about in the last story with Zombie Goku and everything like that. It's just better set that Gohan is like this, and a much better and developed Gohan, true to the Z Fighter name and Goku, and him still being the master to Piccolo, but now their relationship is actually getting balanced because of all of what's happened. Piccolo fuses with Kami because even though we have a young Kami, Kami feels that he has done pretty much everything he is meant to do. So he fuses with Piccolo, so now Piccolo is the, nameless Namekian. And yes, Dende is still going to become a thing. Gohan unlocks Super Saiyan 2, and Upa gets Kaioken times 100, but he's not mastering Kaioken, not just yet. Goku eventually calls him one day, whenever a tournament is closing in, and says that he will be there for a day to see everybody. And also, Trunks and Goten don't exist. So we're not getting Goten and Trunks at all in the story. For once. Future Gohan and Videl, though, that's still going to happen. And it's going to be the first time that we see it pretty much ever happen. Krillin beats Pintar. Piccolo beats Shin, or he fights, or, he does what he does in canon with Shin. Or Nahar, whatever you want to call him. Videl gets utterly whomped by Spopovich. Gohan intercepts with Super Saiyan. And then, against Kibito, uses Super Saiyan 2. And Yamu and Spopovich still come in to drain his energy. And Shin and Kibito explain everything more or less along the way as everyone goes towards the ship. They arrive at the ship. Spopovich and Yamu are both killed. And Deborah kills Kibito. But just then, 2 special beam cannons impale Deborah right on sight. Gohan and Piccolo are the cause of this. And then Raditz uses a Super Saiyan 2 blast, and this kills Deborah. If he wasn't dead before, he is definitely dead now. Goku is very surprised and happy and proud of our group's whole development in the story. Tao is definitely impressed by everything that has been going on, that they were able to handle themselves against the Demon King, and that he's able to even see Goku proud of them and here again with them, because obviously they have history. Goku, by the way, he talks with Upa extensively and learns about his whole deal, and it's just it's really a lot to notice and talk about. And of course, Raditz and Goku have their brother moment and everything like that. But Shin says this is no time to be celebrating. They might have defeated Deborah, but the fight is far from over. Tao is the first to fight, and he just utterly kills Pui Pui. Goku beats Yakon the same way, and with nobody else, Babidi is absolutely no kind of match. And since Gohan's energy is all that would have been able to be transferred into Boo, Boo is not getting resurrected. So, Boo's ball is not going to be forgotten about here. Unlike the whole Daima thing with the zombie Goku tail, this time it's actually going to be put into action. Like many of stories I've done and other people have done, that Shin and Kibito directly take it to Beerus, but obviously they're not going to tell the group about Beerus. And as for Elder Kai, I'm just going to say this right now. Elder Kai is not happening in this story. Why is he not getting released here, and why is no one getting the Z-Sword? Well, if I did do that, it would have to be Gohan. And honestly, I can't really give Gohan Mystic again in the same situation. Because if I did that, spoiler alert, he would be exactly like Zombie Goku and the whole 5 and Mystic Beast combination, Super Saiyan 4. Gohan is not the main focus of this story. And if I did this, it would take away from the fact that Tao and the developments with him and Upa and Goku are the main focus of the story. So, spoiler alerts, for the first time in my stories, Elder Kai is not going to be unlocked from the Z-Sword. And if he is, then it's given to someone who I think would just honestly... it would make sense for someone like Tao or something like that. Trust me, it's not really consequential to the story for Elder Kai to be in it, because it's just not a story that sees him doing anything in the long run. So I figured I would just let you guys know that Elder Kai is not going to become a thing in this story. Goku goes back to Otherworld, and Daima starts. But just like the Zombie Goku one, is going to be without Goku, without Elder Kai, and with a much different angle heading into Super afterwards. So where will Tao's redemption tale go from here? Stay tuned.
Now get out!
What?
Get out! Everybody get out! Welcome!
Hey guys, welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and part 17 to What If Mercenary Tao Turned Good. Before we get started, be sure to check out the Omniverse's homepage, where our channel mascot Omni will direct you to the Discord, both Google Docs, and everything else the Omniverse has to offer, along with smashing the like button, subscribing to the Omniverse of Nick, sharing the Omniverse around, and turning on all notifications to stay tuned for everything the Omniverse has in store for the future, and commenting future requests and further expectations down the line in the comment section. With all that said, let's begin. We open up where we ended off last time, into the entrance of Daima. And there's not going to be any Majin Ku or Do, because no Majin Buu. So yeah. We see Raditz as a kid, just like we saw in the Super Broly movie, Dragon Ball Super Broly movie. And then, for the first time ever, especially in the new outfit, we see Mercenary Tao as a child, which would be kind of funny and kind of cool at the same time. We see Upa transformed as a child, and it would be very reminiscent to the old days of Dragon Ball. And there's really not much else to talk about other than the Tamagamis are just, without Goku and everything, and just with the add-on of like Gohan and other people, there's just really not that much to talk about. Then we get Goma getting the third eye, that happens, and Raditz is the main one to take charge. But he's not going to turn into Super Saiyan 4 the way that Neva did to Goku. Oh no. We're taking a page out of GT, with Raditz still having his tail, and we're just going to take another page out of GT at the moon, because I guarantee you there would be a moon in the vicinity, or Raditz would create an artificial moon, or he would be training with it, and he turns into a golden great ape, and then transforms into an adult again, Super Saiyan 4. So, no kid Super Saiyan 4. We're going the old GT style with this one. So, after that, Glorio betrays Lorenzu and everybody like that, and uses the Demon Realm's Dragon Balls to turn everybody back into adults. But Raditz is already Super Saiyan 4 as an adult, so it doesn't really matter that much, but obviously his base and everything now is an adult. You get the meaning of Super Saiyan 4 and GT and everything. Goma tries everything in his playbook with the third eye, but eventually, even without Ku and Do, he is defeated and the third eye is knocked out of him. But here's the question. If he's defeated, who landed the last blow? Who defeated him and who's going to become the Supreme Demon King? Yamcha. I am giving Yamcha, the one who beat him last with the final volley of attacks, because it just makes sense to give him something. Like, I have been giving him so much in the story as one of the mains. Turning him into a Supreme Demon King, now, I know you guys are probably thinking, is this a way of turning him evil? Well, no, because, Majin Ku wasn't evil, so why would Yamcha be evil? So, we see Yamcha as a Supreme Demon King, with a red and purple outfit, a purple cape, a crown over his hair, and the third eye right in the middle. And a gigantic red wolf avatar that he could use at any time. This is a major upgrade for Yamcha. And like I said, he is not evil. He just is now the Supreme Demon King. So Gohan, Raditz, Tao, Krillin, and Bulma all say goodbye to Yamcha. But they know that they will meet him again in the future, whatever the case may be. They're proud of him for getting this far in his journey. It's like, Yamcha's really grown. Then we get into Dragon Ball Super. Beerus and Whis, they are looking for Beerus, the Super Saiyan God. When Beerus hears about everything that has happened, he is definitely way more surprised than in canon. But this does intrigue him, because there are still Saiyans alive, meaning that he could still find his Super Saiyan God. So, when he gets to Earth, he's not going to the North Kai planet, which I'll mention more on in a minute. He goes to Earth, Raditz is there, and the two of them fight. Raditz uses the full power of his Super Saiyan 4, but he is only able to impress Beerus in the slightest bit before he is knocked to the ground. And Beerus just smiles at this and says, yeah, your power might have been impressive, but you're no Super Saiyan God. Then Gohan tries his hand and goes maximum of Super Saiyan 3. Because like I said, if I gave him Mystic and that whole thing, Gohan's not the main focus of the story. Sorry. So he tries the maximum Super Saiyan 3, but he of course is knocked to the ground and is no match for Beerus. Then Shenron is summoned to help Beerus find the Super Saiyan God. But there is a major, major, major problem. There's only 2 Saiyans. Just like the zombie Goku tale, this is a problem. Future Gohan and Raditz are the only 2 Saiyans in this timeline. But Whis says he might be able to help. They met a Saiyan who was training on North Kai's world, but he was dead. And he knows of other Saiyans that exist on a remote, desolate planet and on a distant part of the known universe. So he goes and he gets Goku and he wishes him back, or, he taps him and gets him back to life. So that's nice. And then Broly and Paragus are there, and Paragus is actually going to be used in the ritual this time. And he is actually going to be included more, nicely here because Prince Vegeta is dead. And Tarbell is sad to hear this, and he is going to be included here too. But Paragus says something about all this. Just because his revenge is, he doesn't have to worry about that anymore, and he's going to help them all and be with his son and everything like that, and is forced to take the collar off him. They are still a Saiyan short, which everybody notices. That's when Videl, who is actually with this Gohan in this timeline, reveals about the Saiyan baby in her stomach. And with this, the Super Saiyan God ritual is put into action, and Goku gets the ritual done on him and becomes the Super Saiyan God, and him and Beerus basically have the same fight in canon. Goku, I think, like in some timelines, is just a bit stronger to appease Beerus more, but the fight mainly goes the same. Whether it's Battle of Gods or Dragon Ball Super, it really doesn't matter. Point is, it goes the exact same. Then, I just want to mention again, if I didn't already, with the whole Piccolo Nameless Namekian thing, Dende is the Guardian of Earth. It would just be done on the sidelines. So, figured I would just throw that in there. It's just not worth really pointing out. I just figured context clues for those who've seen my stories. And then we gotta talk about Resurrection F. And the fact that there's really nothing to happen here. Because all that's left of the Force is Berry Blue and Kikuno, and that's basically it. Broly and Paragus, true, I could have used them in some form with the 2 of them, and then they could have magically just brought back all the cold members and everything, but I'm sad to say there is no Resurrection F in this timeline, because the most I did with them was King Cold and all the 3 Frost Tyrants on planet Yardrit, and that's I did a lot with the Frieza Force in this timeline. So doing Resurrection F would be almost pointless. So yeah. Now we're getting into the Universe 6 versus 7 tournament, where 2 faces are destined to meet in assassin combat. And that's where we are going to leave things for right now. Stay tuned for the remainder of the Mercenary Tale redemption tale and a sick few last parts with 2 specific faces.
Now get out!
What?
Get out! Everybody get out! Welcome!
Hey guys, welcome to the Omniverse of Nick, and part 18, the third to last part for What If Mercenary Tao Turned Good. Before we get started, be sure to check out the Omniverse's homepage, where our channel mascot Omni will direct you to the Discord, both Google Docs, and everything else the Omniverse has to offer, along with smashing the like button, subscribing to the Omniverse of Nick, sharing the Omniverse around, and turning on all notifications for the Omniverse so you stay updated, and commenting future requests and expectations in the comment section. With all that said, let's begin. We open up where we ended off last time. The entrance to the Universe 6 versus 7 tournament, and much hype regarding it at the end of last part. So, who enters the tournament? Well, obviously Goku, Mercenary Tao, Raditz, Gohan, and Broly. That's right. I teased the past few stories that Broly was sooner or later going to become a centerpiece of the Omniverse. Well, this story is taking that to heart. He is going to be in the tournament. But, spoiler alert, he is not really going to get to do anything in the tournament. But he is slowly starting to become a centerpiece. So just, you'll see. Goku defeats Potamo the same way, and then he gets tricked by Frost with the poison. Gohan transforms into Super Saiyan 2, and he just one punches Frost clean out of the ring. He basically takes Vegeta's thing, and there's no Piccolo to get tricked by him too, so yeah. Then Magetta and his whole thing about the fire and the containment around the ring and all that stuff. Gohan tries Super Saiyan 3 and all that stuff, but Magetta and just the containment around it and everything like that, and Gohan not insulting Magetta, it just proves to be too much for Gohan. But he does put up a really good fight. And then Tao absolutely has Magetta on the back foot from how much energy Magetta. It's arguable if Magetta, like the androids, has infinite stamina since he's a robot or a metal man, but Tao just within a few seconds of fighting just throws some quitty insult just by sheer coincidence, and Magetta just ends up falling down to the ground crying. It would just come off his accent because obviously they don't know. So yeah. Then Kaba gets knocked out by Tao because he's not going to teach him how to use Super Saiyan. And then this is the moment that many of us, or all of us, be waiting for. Tao and Hit. Assassin versus assassin. Hit just looks at Tao and says, "So you are Mercenary Tao, the assassin from Universe 7. And this actually very much impresses Hit from what he's seen and what he's looking at with Mercenary Tao. And he says this should be worth his time and a very good fight. But Hit says, just because you are a fellow assassin, don't expect me to be going easy on you. And Tao reciprocates. He uses a Dodon Ray, but Hit just uses a time skip and not only punches the Dodon Ray, or, would dodge it, but he also attacks Mercenary Tao. Then Tao tries to rush forward and kick, but Hit teleports with the time skip and punches him. Tao cannot believe this ability that Hit is using. He can't even detect him. And then he keeps on doing it over and over until Tao is actually down on the ground. And he has no answer for what Hit's been doing. Then he tries a maximum Kaioken, and he actually lands one huge punch on Hit. And then he uses a full power maximum Kaioken Dodon Kamehameha, which would be an awesome freaking move to witness. But Hit powers up to the same level he did against Goku in the tournament, and he rushes forward with a time skip, surprising the frick out of Tao and getting him pretty freaking injured. So Tao at this point doesn't know what to do. He's tried everything, and Hit's just bounced back from every technique he's used. But then Tao thinks of something. It's like, if he can do it, so can I. And this is the perfect chance to test out what I've been working on. So he kneels to the ground with his eyes shut, looking like he's ready to accept defeat, if anything. And he's very confused by this, but sees no kind of suspicion, thinking that Tao's actually done. And he looks down at Mercenary Tao and says, "While I would have expected more from you, you proved to be worth an assassin from another universe, actually pulling off very interesting techniques and proving that you could actually strike me. Although I would have liked our battle to go on much longer, it would seem that your energy has been expended. So, I will do you the justice of treating you just like a fellow assassin should, and knocking you out of the arena justified. So, he goes forward with a time skip punch, but just then, Tao stands up right in the middle of the time skip and holds out his hand and seems to reverse time skip into his own time skip. And Hit is so confused by this. He's like, no, that couldn't have been. But then Tao just pulls his hands behind his back, still with his eyes shut, and an illuminating silverish blue grayish aura begins to encompass him. And Whis, Beerus, and even Champa and Vos are like, no. He did not just do Hit's own thing and that aura. You can't. That's not. But before any of them can question it, Tao rushes forward, and before Hit can even think of anything, he's knocked out of the ring. But Tao, not perfecting what is Ultra Instinct and using the time skip, it expended everything that he had and then some, so he collapses to the ground. But Universe 7, of course, takes the win. So, this match was essentially a draw. Afterwards, Zeno arrives, and I'm going to give it to Goku for meeting him. And there's not going to be any copy Vegeta. There really never is, because Monica hasn't been really included in my stories. So there's no reason to go in depth with copy Vegeta, especially since you don't have Trunks or Goten. So yeah. As for Zamasu, he's going to get the same treatment as my Zombie Goku story, in which there's no time travel or any reason for him to do the Zero Mortal plan. So he'll be included in the tournament, like before. And Zeno begins to get bored, speaking of tournament, and the Grand Priest, by Zeno's order, is going to Universe to get the Tournament of Power set in motion. So he goes to Universe 7. Who's going to be in the Tournament of Power? Well, Goku, Raditz, Mercenary Tao, Gohan, Broly, Upa, Krillin, Yamcha, who returns from the Demon Realm as Supreme Demon King Yamcha, and he has gotten a lot stronger and mastered more with the third eye and his Demon King status, and is more than willing to participate in this tournament. Piccolo and Tarble. So, our Universe 7 roster is set for the Tournament of Power. And with 2 parts left, how will the tournament go? Will it go worse than canon and in every other story, leading to a first-time loss for the Tournament of Power? Or will Mercenary Tao's redemption tale just be the Tournament of Power, proving just another path that they will triumph over? And how will characters that have not had the proper time to shine and our characters' growth in the story prove how they work, as the Tournament of Power is the prepared closure arc for Mercenary Tao?
Now get out!
What?
Get out! Everybody get out! Welcome!
Hey guys, welcome to the Omniverse of Nick, and the penultimate to What If Mercenary Tao Turned Good. Before we get started, be sure to check out the Omniverse's homepage, where our channel mascot Omni will direct you to the Discord, both Google Docs, and everything else the Omniverse has to offer, along with smashing the like button, subscribing to the Omniverse of Nick, sharing the Omniverse around and turning on all Omniverse notifications, and commenting future requests and expectations in the comment section. With all that said, let's begin. We open up where we ended off last time. The Tournament of Power roster is set, and now the tournament itself begins. Goku goes against Ganos. Hit and Basal target Narirama. Lila Bu gets knocked out, and then Napapa almost gets knocked out. Goku almost gets knocked out by Nink, but stays in. And then Goku gets attacked by Universe 9, who are not after him from the Expo, because I've never really introduced the Expo in these stories. Not yet. But I was going to point out Zamasu's inclusion in this tournament more specifically, and I did say he was going to be in the tournament because he wasn't involved in the Zero Mortal plan, and I was going to do that route. But now that I'm thinking about it, he would either not be in the tournament, or he would just get knocked out very easily, considering the fact that I don't want to repeat myself with how I made it happen in the Zombie Goku story, and our group's stuff in this story. So I'm just going to say he's not in it, or just gets knocked out very, very early, because I don't want to have to go through all of what I did in the Zombie Goku one over again. Watch that Tournament of Power ending for that story if you don't get what I mean. So Goku fights Universe 9, which I'll get to in a minute. Tao and Hit are about to go in for their rematch. Goku and Raditz instead of Goku and Vegeta, because remember, Vegeta, Android and all that. Goku and Raditz are the ones to team against Universe 9, and they use a Super Saiyan Blue Brotherly Weekend Kamehameha, which would be freaking sick to see, considering I've never made them extraordinarily team up in a story before. So this would be like the biggest example and moment of it. And we haven't even gotten to the end yet. Narirama not getting attacked by Hit and like his arms getting, chopped off and everything like that. He gets up with no one fighting him, and he is going to fight against Bota Magetta. So this is going to be a very even fight, for now at least. Hit powers up to his maximum and uses time skip after time skip and uses every single move at his disposal. But Tao getting a hold of Ultra Instinct way earlier on than Goku, and the fact that he would have, obviously trained harder with it, and the fact he used a time skip, or at least reversed engineered a time skip from Hit in the Universe 6 versus 7 tournament, this proves that he is able to almost completely toy with Hit, and if Hit does attack him, it either doesn't do that much damage at all, it's not even anywhere close to the damage that Tao took in the tournament before, or he just reverses the attacks to actually damage Hit instead. Either way, Ultra Instinct versus plus time skip, the two combined, it's no contest against a lone time skipper like Hit. So it proves Tao is showing to be the ultimate assassin, and this is not going to be a draw this time. Hit knows this, and knows he only has one option left to beat Tao. He goes in for a shockwave, teleports, and goes right behind Tao, ready for his time prison. But Tao reverse the time skip again, uses Ultra Instinct to dodge, and then he uses a solar flare for the first time, using a crane school technique that he'd never used before, and he uses Ultra Instinct's fast motion attacks along with a time skip and just blasts, hits, and demolishes Hit out of the ring. So, yep, this was almost no contest. Narirama loses to Bota Magetta and is knocked out of the ring, but he does put up a very much so more of a fight. So hey, I actually gave Narirama a little more chance to shine here. As for Shosa and Majora, Yamcha in his Supreme Demon King form summons 5 Avatar wolves behind him, and with his own powers, 2 other wolves, they just see who the actual superior wolf martial artist is. And then Frost tries an attack behind Yamcha, but come on, really? Frost just gets knocked out and then erased for attacking. Kaba knocks out Nigriishi and Mursum to go against everybody else. Caulifla helps Kale knock out Napapa and attack Methiop. And then Caulifla and Goku have their fight, forcing Kale to go berserk and attack Goku. And then Jiren comes in to one-shot Kale. And Kale and Caulifla's fight with the Pride Troopers goes almost exactly the same. Besides the fact that 17 and 18 aren't helping out Goku, it would just be like Tao or Raditz or something, but it's really not that worth pointing out. And then we get to Universe 2 and their transformation. But as I've said before, without Vegeta blasting and everything, Jiren would actually knock out Ribrianne. So I've done this before in my stories. If Vegeta wasn't there to attack Ribrianne and fight her, which is the reason why Ribrianne got off her little pedestal heart blasting thing, then Jiren would just literally one-shot her. It was shown plain as day. So Ribrianne's knocked out. As for Vakel and Kakunza, Yamcha, with his Supreme Demon King Third Eye abilities, he uses a Spirit Ball Rain and just demolishes the two maiden warriors, essentially mocking Ribrianne's technique, if you really think about it. Then Goku attacks Rosie, and Jamise tries to save her, but Krillin uses this as a perfect opportunity, and with his own Yardratian training, he uses instant transmission, possibly another ability, and a spread shot energy blast, and both of them are knocked out. Then Gohan. He knocks out Botamo, and then we get to Albany and Rubalt. Albany is still going to fight Gohan while Rubalt fights Piccolo, and essentially that's going to go the exact same. As for Albany and Gohan, it begins to go the same, but remember, Gohan, this is a completely different Gohan because of, time and everything that's what's happened to him, future Gohan being the better one. And it just begins to see Albany winning, but then Gohan showing that he did unlock this, even though there was no Neva or mystic abilities granted to him, Gohan is still a very formidable person in this story. He shows that he unlocks Super Saiyan 4 after Raditz using it in the Demon Realm. But no matter how hard he tries, Super Saiyan 4 is barely able to keep up with Albany. And Albany is impressed that Gohan has lasted this long. But Gohan then powers up to Super Saiyan God and wins the fight. So Universe 10 is erased. Then we see Dispo and Kenshi. But without Hit, who do they attack? Well, they attack Tao, and because of Tao not fully mastering Ultra Instinct Sign and using the time skip and fighting with it, he didn't injure himself, but his stamina is still nowhere near the level of being able to master the ability. So with him like half a ways drained of stamina, it doesn't take long for Dispo's speed and Kenshi's abilities to kind of overwhelm him to the point of not being able to take him on 1 against 2 anymore. Plus, it's a numbers thing. So Goku comes in with Super Saiyan Blue, and he saves Tao, forcing Dispo and Kenshi to retreat. As for Kawaii, Dekori, and Ganos, and even in his monster form, Yamcha, with his Supreme Demon King abilities, and just being the person that he is, once again showing how strong he is compared to Universe 4 and the superior wolf martial artist, he uses a Spirit Ball Kamehameha, which would, I don't even need to say how epic of a combination that would be. As for Prom and Hermilla, Gohan and Piccolo take cover as Krillin essentially takes Tien's place, and as others have touched upon, Krillin would basically be the TN here. Nothing would change here except that there's no Vegeta. So Krillin is the first to be knocked out. Kenshi is the one to booby trap the area because everybody senses something, and Mashi Kaio comes in and he tries an attack, managing to slither through Kenshi's booby traps because of who he is. But Dispo attacks, and then Mashi Kaio captures him, and Jiren eliminates him. But now, Broly is going to take focus, because I said that he was going to become a centerpiece in this story. He goes crazy on all of the fighters. The rage is beginning to get to him. He might have been training for a good minute with our fighters since Battle of Gods, but he hasn't fully mastered the ability to control his rage, especially in his wrath form. So he begins to go crazy on the fighters, specifically picking Magetta. And he uses a gigantic mouth beam, and this counteracts Magetta's flames. But with Broly's wrath, anger, and power growing and experience in the tournament, it just overweighs anything that Magetta is going to try to throw at him. Piccolo yells out at everyone, "We need to stop Broly now before this gets out of hand. This is like Kale all over again. We haven't seen him go berserk. This could be bad." And it's shown to be that while Broly manhandles Magetta like crazy. There's no insults here that need to stop Magetta if you got Broly around. And he begins to slam and just mercilessly attack Magetta. Goku uses a solar flare, and Gohan, Piccolo, and Goku together blast Broly all the way to the other end of the ring to make sure that at least they knock him unconscious or something like that. They're not trying to knock him out of the ring, but they are trying to knock him out, you know? And then we get Goku versus Jiren. This is the halfway point of the tournament, and the finale is next time. How will the rest of the tournament go? Will our team win, or will this be the first story in the Omniverse in which they lose? As we close off next time for Tao's redemption story.
Now get out!
What?
Get out! Everybody get out! Welcome!
Hey everyone, welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and the finale to What If Mercenary Tao Turned Good. Before we get started, be sure to check out the Omniverse's homepage, where our channel mascot Omni will direct you to the Discord, both Google Docs, and everything else the Omniverse has to offer, along with smashing the like button, subscribing to the Omniverse of Nick, sharing the Omniverse around, and turning on all Omniverse notifications, and commenting future requests and expectations in the comment section. With all that said, let's begin. So, we open up where we ended off last time. Goku and Jiren are in their encounter, and it goes exactly the same as it did in the anime. Until Goku goes for the Spirit Bomb. Gohan of this timeline and his developments up to Super Saiyan Blue, he gives his energy. Supreme Demon King Yamcha gives his energy. Upa, Broly, flickering in and out of rage. Super Saiyan 2 Tarbell and Raditz are the main differences of who gives energy, which I always touch upon. And even though the Spirit Bomb is stronger, Jiren's might is far too great for Goku to be able to get it into a huge Spirit Bomb like I did in the Cell Jr. story to be having 3, or even get it into a Kamehameha. So, yeah, he's overtaken by it. Then Broly, for the first time, transforms into the legendary Super Saiyan. and Kenshi, along with several other warriors, are knocked out. Goku arises with UI Omen, and Top and Dispo are effortlessly thrown aside as Goku and Jiren begin their next battle. Goku runs out of energy, and Jiren is just about to blast him away. Dispo goes and he punches at a certain someone whose third eye finally falls out after multiple attacks, more than 3, to the back of his head. And Yamcha returns to just being ordinary Yamcha. Ordinary being a very nice word considering Yamcha in this tale. And that's going to have major ramifications. But Dispo's about to go for the finish. But then we see Broly go and get Top so much on the back foot that he transforms into his god state. But Jiren tries to one-shot him with a power impact. But this just serves to infuriate Broly so much, he transforms into full power Super Saiyan, or, true legendary Super Saiyan Broly. And with this incredible aura power up and all of this happening within the span of so many seconds, not even, it's evident now. Broly versus Jiren is about to happen. And Jiren is forced into his full power state. Broly just keeps on growing with his gigantic roars and everything that he throws at Jiren. Jiren is forced to go and break his limits beyond his full power. And this serves as a massive, massive blow to all the other universes. Universe 2 is erased. Universe 4 is erased. Universe 3 forced onto its last legs with Anna Reza, or Anilaza, and goes up into the sky with wings just to stay in the freaking tournament. Kefla is born to protect Universe 6, and Cyanel and Purina unlock their full potential and try to stake it out as long as they can for their fused might. And Broly and Jiren's battle is heating up more and more and more and more. But it's evident the two are very equal. This is a brutal battle. But Broly, he just keeps on growing. He is unlocking more power. And at some point, the limits stop, but his power and experience, it's rage. But it's just so, it's focused, and yet it's not focused. And he just keeps on going. Jiren, at some point, realizes that even breaking his limits, this guy is a monster. And God Top knows that the only way that they're going to win this is by working together. So, God Top and Jiren, pulling in all the stops with his full power, breaking limits, team up together to stop Broly. Goku gets his energy back for a Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken. Raditz uses an artificial moon, throws it, and unlocks Super Saiyan Blue with the Grade 8 form, which has been shown to be used and just in general shown. So this would be his ultimate trump card with training and experience and abilities. And this is a definite, this is must happen now sort of thing. Piccolo powers with everything he's got, but it's just Piccolo and a much later down the line Piccolo. So, yeah. But he's still freaking strong. Gohan powers into Super Saiyan Blue. Upa powers into Maximum Kaioken. Tarbell transforms past Super Saiyan 2. And Dispo's still in. And he knows that their team is going to win, and he's going to ensure it. So with his Super Maximum Light Speed mode, he is aiming to eliminate the other people that are left in the ring, which will give their team even more of an advantage to counter and destroy the seventh. Cyanel and Purina are fighting against Dispo. So while all of that's going on, Kefla fights against Ani Raza, which has happened before in the manga, but this is a much different encounter, leading to both of them actually being equals. Kefla is about to use her finisher attack, the Gigantic Buster, but Raditz instantly goes for both of them, seeing this as a threat, especially fused Saiyans, and goes in, punches at Kefla, and just mouth beams her out of the ring. As for Ani Raza, this fight would be even, as it's been done, shown, and exampled before, but Raditz would take the win, and Universe 3 is erased. Dispo, seeing as his plan and everything with trying to get everybody out and like help their team, clearly Universe 7 is on to this, and this is bad. Purina and Cyanel are going for the hit, but a special beam cannon goes through both of them, showing that Piccolo is on the edge too, and he tells everybody, if we're gonna win this tournament, do it now! This is our chance! Broly goes for an ultimate full power energy wave. Goku goes for a Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken times 20 Kamehameha. Gohan goes for a full power Kamehameha Super Saiyan Blue. Raditz goes for a Super Saiyan Blue Grade 8 Mouth Beam. Tarbell uses the Artificial Moon and goes Grade 8 and uses a full power Mouth Beam himself. Piccolo uses a full power Light Grenade. Upa uses a Kamehameha, and before I forget to mention Tao, or you guys try to mention Tao, my mistake in saying that Tao and Goku teamed up against Dispo and Kenshi, Tao was so put off with stamina and the time skips and fighting hit that he was actually knocked out by Dispo and Kenshi instead of saved at the last minute by Goku. So Tao did lose early, but it was a very amazing, epic frontwards battle with Hit, his counteractive assassin from another universe, so it makes sense. So, with this enormous attack at all the other remaining fighters, Universe 6 is erased, and Universe 11 is erased. And with this, Universe 7 wins the Tournament of Power. Yamcha and Dispo are met at corners because of direct involvement from Beerus and Whis and Margarita and Belmont, because Yamcha and Dispo have an issue that they have to solve. Dispo is like, what? What could you possibly want from me? And is like, once he is told about Yamcha and getting his third eye knocked out, is like, now Dispo has the responsibility of being the Supreme Demon King, because it is said the one who knocks out the eye must take the mantle. And Dispo, with all his speed and all his abilities, was able to go through Yamcha and get that eye out of him without even knowing the ramifications. So now Dispo has to forsake his Pride Trooper responsibilities, go to Universe 7, and become the new Supreme Demon King. And Dispo he wasn't even aware of this. And he is very uptight and angry when he realizes he has to leave the responsibilities of a Pride Trooper and his own universe just to take the mantle of someone he didn't even know he'd have to replace because of a freaking eye in his head that could just come out after 3 hits. How was Dispo supposed to know that? And Dispo's like, you really think that I would really forsake everything because of this? But when it is told, shown, and literally presented by all the gods and Yamcha and everything, this is inescapable. Dispo smiles at the fact that he has to accept this as a sort of punishment and maybe a new lease on life. So, and once he realizes that Yamcha and the demon realm had not been evil for years, he realizes it's not wrong. It's just he's giving up a life and a universe to just be a part of another. And like, it's a lot to take in. It's a lot to process. A lot. And Belmud says that even though Dispo is meant to carry this because of what he did in the tournament, there is a counter problem that he must present to the table. He tells Yamcha that because of his responsibility as the Supreme Demon King, and Dispo being the one from his own universe, his supersonic warrior, and his trusted leader of the Pride Troopers, because Toph is taking on the mantle of the God of Destruction, that means he is going to have to go through hoops and bends of the Pride Troopers that he possesses to take on the mantle. And that leads them one Pride Trooper short, especially for a future tournament of power. So, Yamcha already knows where this is going. He has to take the mantle of a Pride Trooper, and Yamcha, he should have seen this coming, and he smiles. He's weirdly accepted about this. So, this is goodbye. Yamcha says goodbye. And this isn't just a small goodbye to the demon realm. This is goodbye to another universe. So Yamcha first says goodbye to Goku, the man who has meant the most to him in his entire life. And if it wasn't for him and Tao and everyone, he would have never become world champion and been the man that he is today. And it's Goku most of all that has shown him that you never give up and you keep pushing as long as you live to be the best that you can. So Yamcha and Goku have a very, very good moment with each other as friends, and just it would be a very, very good moment for the two of them. Then Yamcha says goodbye to Krillin, one of his other dearest friends, and someone who's very sentimental seeing Yamcha go. Then Puar, his closest friend, his best friend. And this would be probably one of the saddest moments of all. Yamcha saying goodbye to Puar since he can't take Puar with him. And then Yamcha and Bulma say goodbye and traverse and reminisce through their whole past together and what future stories lie in store for both of them on their separate journeys in their universes, and how it could have been with them together and everything. So, with this, Yamcha grabs his baseball stuff and would either take it with him or leave it right in the middle of the ground which they all walk on currently as a final goodbye and token of appreciation for everybody. And Yamcha joins Universe 11 as Yamcha, the Wolf Pride Trooper, or the Supersonic Pride Trooper. Something like that. Something befitting Yamcha as a title for him for a Pride Trooper. And Dispo dons a purple cape and the third eye as the new Supreme Demon King and a permanent resident of Universe 7. And by the end of the tale, three faces that started this story come together as one final time. Goku, Upa, and Mercenary Tao are main for this story and this wild journey of his redemption, donning his old outfit, and the three of them going to battle and teaming one final time against the army and the revolvement of a story that patched in this very plot against the Red Ribbon Army, and one final battle to etch in these three's growing friendship and ending off this question of if So, we've come to the end of another long story. The road of an assassin from Universe 7, whose journey could have taken him so much farther than it did. Besides what we already saw of him, then becoming a cyborg to just being a small, filler-arced character for very small scenes and never shown again. So, Mercenary Tao could have gotten not only a much better treatment, but two assassins could have made him, like Hit, just the same as Hit. Time skip, but so much better. Because Hit's main ability was time skip and other lethal techniques. But Mercenary Tao, he had so much more that he could have offered and that he did offer. So being an assassin for good and travailing him through this journey shows he should have gotten far more of the recognition than he was robbed. Pretty much, overall statement here, Mercenary Tao, whether he turns cyborg or not and turn good, that would make it so he wasn't robbed. It would give him a chance and not only show what an OG Dragon Ball character could do with just a tiny bit of a change in the story, which would cause major ramifications later down the line. And, yeah, I also know that I focused a huge bunch on Yamcha in this story. One would be confused on whether or not this is a Mercenary Tao story, or if it's a Yamcha story. Let's be real here. Very well could have been. More or less, this story was so much different in so many other levels than what I originally had planned for this tale. By sheer luck, coincidence, and just overall the moment for the story, Yamcha not getting his leg broken by Tien and becoming a world champion would enlighten and encourage him and empower him so much that he would become one of the Earth's strongest freaking warriors. Even if he was only shown for moments at a time, like here and there, Ginyu Force, etc., etc. But beyond the Frieza arc, and Yardrat especially, it's just overwhelming insaneness from Yamcha. And you guys, even though I mentioned this in other parts, you're probably asking, when he was Supreme King, Demon King Yamcha, shouldn't he have been evil? Well, no, because just because you have the third eye, that doesn't automatically make you evil. It just means you have an accessory that over-freaking powers you. And that's why Dispo didn't turn evil. And that is why Majin Ku wasn't evil, even though he didn't have the third eye. But he was the new Supreme Demon King, and he was good. So, to turn Yamcha bad, that would just be wrong. There was no need to turn Yamcha bad in this story. The main thing here was to show that Yamcha becoming a world champion, never getting his leg broken, and never getting self-destructed, which him killing the Cybermen was another epic move, the mouth Gigantobite. It just ultimately goes to show that Mercenary Tao's assassin journey and him actually becoming good meant that Yamcha is probably the one that he most affected. Besides Upa, which I introduced for the first time in this story, and actually made something of him. I could have done more with the friendship and bondness of Mercenary Tao and Upa, which is why the story closed with Mercenary Tao, Upa, and Goku the way that the story started. Because that's how this all began. Mercenary Tao coming in, killing Bora, and then starting his whole thing with Upa and Goku. And that's what made Mercenary Tao's journey and trust for Upa fall in line because of resurrecting Bora and showing him and Upa and everybody else that he really can be trusted. I could have theoretically turned the whole prospect of Tao becoming an assassin for good on its hind legs and made him turn on the Z Fighters, but as I went on, it just really didn't seem like plausible. So I think that the journey overall speaks for itself. Time skip and Ultra Instinct for him especially. Like I said, he would become what Hit was shown to be, except pretty much better. Much better. Which is why him and Hit had two very good matches. And it would be, on paper, you would think that Tao and Hit would just one-shot him instantly. But given the chance, Tao could not only go on par with Hit, but equal and surpass him. And even steal his moves. Which, for the first time, we would see someone in Universe 7 using the time skip. And that would just be something completely and utterly awesome to witness. And to add on to that, we got to see Broly on the front lines. Now, I already showed him in other stories, and he was part of, like, the Tournament of Power team and, like, small moments like that, but I didn't do anything with it. But if the Dwayne story, Walking Dead, and other stories that I've done with small moments with characters have showed you guys anything, it's that I never tease a moment for a character in my stories and not have something planned for them. And Broly was the perfect way to turn the Tournament of Power, seemingly a disadvantage besides Yamcha, maybe Raditz, Goku, and everything on its hinges, and actually make a really good case out of it, making Broly and Jiren's fight the highlight and complete turning point for the Tournament of Power, and ultimately what would be the climax of it. The only thing that didn't give him the win right away is that Toph and Dispo got in the way, and other competitors that were strong enough to intervene. But yeah, overall, if Broly, Yamcha, especially Cyborg, Tien, Master Shen, Chaozu, Vegeta, and Nappa, which I hope you guys like the eyes and the legs for Vegeta and Nappa, by the way, and just the entire circling point back to the Red Ribbon Army at the very end with Goku, Tao, Upa, and everything has taught you guys anything, it's that Mercenary Tao, if he had turned good, or had been explored more, like Nam, Giran, Upa, it would have meant that the Dragon universe would have not only been far more in-depth and explored, and given characters a much needed chance to shine. But it would have just go to show one small change is all it takes for a story to become an omniverse. And I hope you guys loved What If Mercenary Tau Turned Good. Stay tuned for Thunder's first journey into the Omniverse, and then Randy's survival, and Captain Man having Slappy as his dummy. I'll see you guys next time.